Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this very kind introduction and the invitation. Yes, as you have seen from the invitation and the concept note, this workshop is funded by the Climate Risk and Early Warning Systems Rules Initiative. And WMO is one of the three key implementing partners, along with the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction, UNDRR, and the World Bank. And this cruise initiative is a multi-donor trust fund that funds projects in least developed countries and small island developing states to establish customized, risk-informed, people-centered, and gender-responsive early warning solutions for nationally defined needs. It uses innovation and applies agile solutions for transformational and sustainable change, and multiplies and mobilizes more climate finance and action with each investment from the likes of DCF, World Bank, or GEF. And we have partnered with the Global Water Partnership, GWP, to support the government of Cambodia and Laos PDR in developing drought management and integrated water resource management plans and policies in the framework of a dedicated cruise project for Cambodia and Laos PDR. I will provide a few slides at the end of my remarks. But first, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to both governments and their departments of meteorology and hydrology and river works in Cambodia, and in Laos, the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology, and all their stakeholders for the progress you have made and for your active engagement, and to GWP for the organization of this workshop and all the support, and to all the speakers and the contributors to this workshop. There is an obvious urgency for action. In our WMO State of the Global Climate Report 2024, it was confirmed that 2024 was the hottest year on record. It has crossed the critical 1.5 degree threshold temporarily, and keeping in line with the climate trends of increasing temperature, there is also an impact on the global water cycle. And in fact, our WMO Global State of the Water Resources Report in 2023 highlighted that that year was actually the driest on record, with more than 50% of the rivers globally experiencing below normal flow conditions. So the calls for more action and cooperation among our members. So this calls for more action and cooperation and regional cooperation mechanisms such as ASEAN, RIMES, Mekong River Commission, SCAP, WMO Typhoon Committee, and many others, with support from the UN system, are really key for this. And they may have the potential to reverse or at least mitigate some of the impacts of climate change, but also unsustainable development. And a strong regional community of practitioners and experts can be the first step towards addressing and prioritizing the actions around enhancing drought resilience. In September last year, we had the opportunity to discuss these and other reports at the ASEAN WMO Forum on Climate Services in Singapore. And this event leveraged the latest climate science to enhance the understanding of the physical impacts of climate change, both current and projected, on agriculture, on health, on water resources, on energy and emergency management. A key theme at the forum was also the scaling up of the Early Warnings for All initiative to all the Southeast Asian countries. And as you know, the ambitious aim of this initiative is to protect everyone, everywhere, with life-saving early warning systems. And I'm glad to see that Laos PDR has finalized its national roadmap, and Cambodia is also in its final stages. Recognizing this urgency, WMO has made early warnings for all, but also the improvement of services and infrastructure in general, capacity development, and effective governance and partnership its highest priority. And this will contribute to the achievement of the goals of the 2030 agenda. In Southeast Asia, we have been actively engaged to several projects. The first cruise project was the Canada-funded one. Now we have this ongoing one, and there will be a future one as well. But also with the International Climate Initiative and the Adaptation Fund, we are working on enhancing severe weather forecasting, flash flood guidance, climate services for agriculture, and other areas. Building on this foundation, the ongoing cruise project strengthens early warning capacities in the context of early warnings for all, but also expands the scope to drought management and integrated water resources management. And just 3 examples before I come to the project slides, how we at WMO with our partners support these activities. So the first example are the regional climate outlook forums, like the ASEAN Climate Outlook Forum, which in 2 weeks will be hosted by Cambodia, as a contribution to the global framework for climate services. And they bring together, these forums bring together countries with common climatological characteristics and experts to produce consensus-based regional climate projections and information. And at the same time, we support countries in developing national frameworks for climate services, holding national climate outlook forums, and also developing national drought early warning systems and action plans. A second example, and my colleague Valentin will go into more detail tomorrow, is our partnership with DWP, and in particular the Integrated Drought Management Program, IDMP, and its sister program, the Associated Program on Flood Management, APFM, which are good examples of how we collaborate with partners. And drought is a very complex hazard, and it's affecting many different sectors. And this is why that the solutions also need to be done in partnership. No agency, WMO, or a Met service can do that alone. And both these programs have websites, flood management info and drought management info. And they include help desks where countries, partners, stakeholders can ask for support. And we are actually in the framework of these new projects expanding the scope of these help desks to include integrated water resource management. And the last example is the WMO Global Hydrological Status and Outlook System, or HydroSOS, which, a bit similar to these climate outlook forums, provides an operational framework for countries to assess current hydrological conditions and forecast future outlooks across various timescales. And for all, in Asia, in collaboration with the national focal points for this HydroSOS, we developed a regional plan to outline key steps for HydroSOS implementation. And within this framework, the first Southeast Asia Hydrological Outlook Forum was held here in Bangkok in November 2023. And the next cruise project will also advance these activities here in Southeast Asia. Maybe we can bring up a few slides, very few, on the project itself. Okay. Yes, so this presentation was actually prepared by my colleague, Jason Watkins, who is also the project manager, and he's been here many times, and I think many of you know him. He's very dedicated. So just some background on the project. As I said, it's funded by Cruise with a volume of $5.5 million US. And the key objective is enhance the capacities of national and regional stakeholders and institutions to provide hydrometeorological early action and response services through effective and inclusive risk-informed early warning services. And You can see that the project has 5 key outcomes. The first one is governance mechanisms, enabling environment, strengthening that. And this activity here is part of that outcome actually. The second one is improve the capacity to forecast and to warn and to provide risk knowledge. The third one is to improve the Met Services IT technologies and capacities. The fourth one is to improve preparedness and response capacity to act on the early warning, which corresponds to the pillar 4 of the Early Warning for All initiative, whereas the second outcome corresponds to pillar 2 and 1. And the fifth one is integration of gender and vulnerable groups in the early warning system development and operation. And as you can see, as I mentioned, it's not only WMO, it's also the World Bank with bigger projects behind it. And it's also UNDRR working with the disaster management agencies and many other stakeholders. And the time frame is from July 2021 until actually March 2025, and we are moving into the second phase now. Here you can just see the budget per country and per outcome. So the main budget is through WMO to partner, which also goes to partners like GWP and ADPC and others. And here are some of the stakeholders involved. So of course, the government, the ministries are on the project steering committee. And so it's always more on one way basically, and some of the disaster management agencies and other related ministries. And here you can see how important the partnerships are, that for each outcome, you have a number of partners. As I mentioned, GWP is mainly working under outcome 1. And then many of the partners that will also speak here at this workshop are engaged in the other outcomes. Yes, with that, thank you very much. You can see our contacts there. So please contact us if you have further questions or need some material. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. So I believe maybe we can do the question and answer maybe during the coffee break directly with Johan. So if I may, I would like now to go to the next section. So we want to get us all energized and acquainted. So we'll now move into an interactive icebreakers exercise facilitated by my colleagues from the GWP Secretariat headquarters in Stockholm. We call him LC in short, but his name are quite long. Sorry. Laurent Charles Tremblay Levesque. Yeah, if I pronounce correctly. So LC is the IWRM Knowledge Management Specialist at the Global Water Partnership Secretariat. His research and policy expertise lies in multi-stakeholder partnerships, community of practice, socio-hydrological learning, and online knowledge platform for improving water resource management. Before coming to GWP, LC was working in community development project in humanitarian and post-disaster setting. LC currently also undertaking a PhD at Wageningen University on the topic of community of practice and social learning in water resources management. So LC, over to you.
Hi, everyone. So it's a small icebreaker. The goal is for us to get to know each other. I see that happens very often in these kind of workshops, is that a country team sits together. So what else, and then the FAO team sits together. So now we're gonna mix a bit. But the exercise is quite simple. So on a piece of paper, you have paper in the middle of your different tables. Write a key turning point in your career. So something that you remember that changed a bit the way that you work or your career path. It could be, a workshop you attended, a person you met, an achievement, a new job that you got that basically transformed a bit the way that you've been working. So I'll give you about 1 or 2 minutes. Don't overthink it, just a key moment in your career. And then after that, I'll ask you to find a person that you've never talked to, that you don't know who this person is, and go and a bit introduce your key turning point in your career to that person. And we'll do a couple of rounds of this. Okay, so about 2 minutes to write a key turning point in your career. Okay, so I think most of you are done with their personal highlight or key turning point in the career. Louise is going to show on the screen a timer of 2 minutes. So within those 2 minutes, go and see someone you don't know, and you have 1 minute each to share. So something very briefly. Okay? It's a quick and dirty, and then we'll do 3 rounds of this. So are you ready? Find your person and go. Hello, I don't know you. Beep 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 Beep, 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 beep. Time is over. Find a new partner. Sorry. Okay. But you can find someone else that you haven't met yet. Okay, okay. You probably in the back or maybe at least you know, I think. At least you know. Tell me again. Okay. Right? Yes. Yeah, but I'm not from track. Oh, before we were colonized by we long, so I'm well, tell me about you and the key moments in your career. Tell me about you and when the key moment in your career. Like when days or something. Already. Okay, so apparently the timer's off already. So find a last round. Find a new person that you haven't talked to. Beep 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 beep. You'll manage to talk more with that person during coffee break. So please change one last round. One last round. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, everyone. I'll invite you to join to go back to your tables or to join a new table with the new friends that you've made. All right, everyone. Oh, but that's good, I think. Okay, good. So I hope that now at coffee break you can meet the same person and say, okay, actually tell me about you because I didn't get to know you much in those 1 minute and a half that we had the time to exchange. Good. So then I'll pass back the floor to Louise. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Elsie. I think we have a already have very interactive section. We meet each other, we get to know each other. So we come back to a bit serious part, if I may. So to set the scene for today's discussion, we have a presentations on the progress of SDG 6.5.1, Sustainable Development Goal 6.5.1 on integrated water resources management, or IWRM, in Southeast Asia, by Mr. Raymond Valians, our GWP Southeast Asia Regional Coordinator. A little bit introduction. So prior joining GWPC, Raymond was the president of the board of director for Jasa Tirta Water Corporation. It is an Indonesian state-owned enterprise in water resources management for almost more than 7 years. And he currently serves as a member of the Indonesian National Water Council and is an active lecturer in the engineering faculty. With a PhD in social science and agronomy, Raymond is a notable in the field of water and land resources management. So please join me in welcoming Pak Raymond to the stage.
Thank you, Louise. It's a very generous introduction of me as her colleague. So I think I do not need to show myself again. Louise had done it for me. Good morning, everyone. Our esteemed invitees, resource person, colleagues, and friends from all over the region, from Laos, from Cambodia. We have also our colleague from Thailand here attending. And for sure, our friends that's coming from FAO, WMO, GWP in Stockholm. Welcome to our regional learning workshop. We are really honored to have you all here. On a short notice, we did invite a lot of people. Laura, for example, from the Australian Water Partnership, she's enjoying also this meeting. So, well, thank you for being here. Let me start my presentation with, I should click this one, yeah? Or the white one, okay. Okay, or you, okay, you can help, please. So let me begin this presentation with a small reflection. Lately, I had been reading a book by Arthur Cottrell titled The History of Southeast Asia. So as I turned the pages, I found myself struck by something simple but deeply profound. The ever-presence of water as a thread woven to our narrative in the region. Let me show a few images. Anybody recognize where it is? It's Luang Prabang, yeah, isn't it? It's beautiful. Next slide. Please, next slide. Anybody recognize this? Okay, if you do not recognize it, then I will revise your nationality. It's the famous Angkor Wat. Next slide. Anybody can understand possibly where this picture is taken? Is it? It must be somewhere in Indonesia or in Malaysia. Next picture. Yes, this is something common. Okay. As you can see, all those four pictures has water as a main element. Water is not a resource only. Water is a storyteller. It shaped our history in Southeast Asia, from the rise of the ancient kingdoms to the thriving nationals now, yeah. Big nations, we are moving around. It connects us across rivers, but also creates borders. It gives life, it sustains culture, it nourishes civilization, but also destroy, displace, and sometimes it divides us through flood, drought, and storms. And we know that our agriculture heritage has always depended on how we manage water. Kingdoms have risen to abundance, and nations have vanished on the way of its absence. Water is and always be a key element in life. So next slide, please. So why are we here? Why are we in this workshop? We are here not only to reflect the past, but also to shape our future, where water governance, sustainability, and resilience goes hand in hand. First, we need to explore the critical connection between water management and our global goals, the Sustainable Development Goals. Integrated water resources management is a connector. It's a cornerstone in achieving Sustainable Development Goals. We have that all in mind. Achieving water security, poverty alleviation, food production, and environmental sustainability. Second, in this workshop, we recognize that there's an urgent need for action. Southeast Asia faces a lot of risk: climate change, flooding, drought, transboundary issues, growing demand of water, pollution, and we need coordinated and concrete action plans. Thank you for both countries, Laos and Cambodia, that has done the work under this cruise project to address the issues. The third is that we have to look back to the slide, please. Okay. The third issue is that we have to look at policies and governance. We need to explore supportive policies. The fourth, we have to identify also financial pathways. Vision without funding, remains a risk. Integrated water resources management without financial support is a dream. So we need to explore how financing will be possible to work out your well-planned action plans that has been put on the table by a strenuous and long work. We will have speakers from the World Bank, from the CEO of the Water Mandate. We will invite also UNESCAP. We will invite people that are working in the sector, and probably exposing those information to all of us will create pathways to finance this. Yes, allow me now to show a slide on SDG 6. We know for sure that IWMM is central in achieving SDGs 0.6 delivery because it ensures sustainable management of water and sanitation. The target of 6.5 of the Sustainable Development Goals is on water management, and it implies that integrated management will be done at all levels as it is appropriate. We have monitored the delivery of this goal, but the portrait, overall picture is still demanding. Next. We have here an illustration that the United Nations Environment Program has conducted an assessment for all countries in the world globally. And yes, Southeast Asia is between, let's say, medium high to a little bit high in achieving the SDGs 6.5.1. So we know there's a homework to do. We are working hard, but as you can see, that if we project the possibility to achieve the goal of SDGs 6.5.1 on integrated water resources management, then globally, we will probably achieve that in 2049. Most of us will not be in the career again in the water sector by 2049. A lot of us will be and still are working in that. So there is a message to be conveyed. We need to work diligently that in Southeast Asia, the progress in achieving integrated water resources management in this climate change is going forward with all the efforts from Dr. Seth, from Mr. Poniksai, from everybody, Dr. Man from Thailand, who are working in the water community now. So let's put a setting to the context of our workshop today. We have outlined that the purpose of this workshop is to take a moment to set everything, to understand why IWM must be a central pillar of our development efforts. First, consider that there is a link between water management and poverty reduction. Second, we need to see that securing food requires water solutions. We turn to food security, and the fundamental concern across the region is how to provide water in this ever-changing climate sphere. IWM provide tools to manage water sustainably for irrigation, fisheries, agriculture resilience. And as climate change increases water stress, integrated solutions are needed more than ever to maintain stable food production and protect rural livelihoods. Having seen how IWM support these development goals, we must look ahead. What are the next steps? Action plans. There are no other way to address climate change than actions. And for sure, there are interconnected challenges. Water is shared across borders. Climate has no borders. Water use is a competitive way how we manage the limited resources in certain areas. So we need a holistic response, and that brings us to the central truth that cooperation at the national level and regional level is essential. That's why national action plans in a regional context for IWRM within this climate change is important. Finally, allow me to go to some key takeaways that we hope all of you will gain in this workshop. First, it is clear that integrated water resources management is not only about managing water, it's about shaping the future. Second, there is a growing urgency that we have coordinated action within the country, within the region, and also globally. The third is, the good news is that we are not starting from zero. Policy foundations already exist in Laos, in Cambodia, in Thailand, in Indonesia, in every country in the world actually. They have to a certain extent already the policies. Our task now is to strengthen, connect, and align those efforts, transforming it into a real on-the-ground impact through collaboration. The fourth question is how we can explore financial avenues. We must explore how we can tap into various supports internationally, including opportunities from public-private partnerships, encouraging stronger national investment in sustainable water management, climate financing instrument, adaptation fundings, There are so many possibilities to finance these action plans. And finally, we must ensure that regional effort is rooted in strong national contribution. Each country has its own context. Laos, Cambodia, Thailand, Indonesia are different in geographical aspects. But we have to look how these individual countries can take meaningful steps. And that's why we have this regional workshop. Finally, allow me to close this setting context session with, I hope somebody can read this, yeah? It is a Khmer proverb. It's very important. When the water rises, the fish eat the ants. And when the water recedes, the ant eats the fish. This workshop is more than just an event. It is a step toward a shared journey, a journey to better understand, better manage, better protect our water resources. And we hope that the future holds uncertainties like this Khmer proverb. When water rises, the fish will eat the ants. But when the water recedes, the ants will eat the fish. They encourage to our resource person participants, your presence today is a sign of commitment. We are still in the water. Let's make this most of these 2 days. Ask this question, make new friends, getting exposed to new ideas, and challenge yourself to new paths of cooperation. Every perspective in this room adds value to the larger picture that we are shaping. Global Water Partnership Southeast Asia is proud to have you as our friends and partners. Kop Chai, Samhaun, Kapun Kap, Dankeschön, terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Paremon, for setting the scene on IW. I think I will keep this slide now while also doing this is very inspiring, actually. So we are still have some time, 10 minutes. So I would like to offer the question to the floor. If anyone or from the participant online or in person would like to share any question or maybe raise some issues on IWRM, also in the morning session we have Mr. Johan Luther, so it's a good opportunity for us also to have a more engaging session. So please, if anyone want to have any questions, or do I need to maybe from this table first?
Thank you so much. So, of course, this comprehensive presentation and very clear, and I'm proud and I will learn from your presentation to do that, because the importance of Cambodia is flood and drought, and the main objectives integrate water resources management is very important. At the moment in Cambodia, still young. Some people inside of the government misunderstand, sometimes confusing for do this way. So this workshop, I think that very, very important for us to learn, and then we can make planning and make strategy plan into our government too. So both is national, regional, and we are going together for this solve the problem, because this is very important. That is my thank you very much for comprehensive presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Seth. I think it was a very kind appreciation. So maybe if I may ask from this table.
So actually, we don't have the question, but we would like to support that because in Laos now we are trying to implement the IWRM concept. We try to apply in the policy, in the strategy, in the water law, and our situation is similar with the other country, and now we are merged between the ministry. We are restructure. We merge Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment with the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. I think will be a challenge and a good chance that we will apply a concept on drought management, because before is we are also when we work on drought, so in agriculture is not like a critical, but it's like a have a wrong process to communicate with the agriculture, but now we must. So I think we can apply the concept of IWM and we can work smoothly. And it's good that we have the GWP and we also have a project, WMO project on the cruise project. So we have the Department of Methodology and Hydrology working on that, so that you can support us about the drought management. And we have the early warning system on flood, but drought is quite difficult to us and is still be a challenge. And I hope that we can learn from the regional and we exchange with Thailand and also Cambodia. Yes, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. I think the issues on the restructurization of the government is not only happening at the moment in Laos, but also Indonesia as well. So we have done quite good work on the IWRM policy documentations development. Now the issues may be how we can align with this kind of changing environment and institutions. I know we have colleagues from Thailand. Dr. Man, maybe.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me, give me a chance to participate with our friend. Yeah. I have one question like that. We try to contact and try to work with WMO, but WMO always connect with the like an official or people in the ministry. But I think for the climate change, or we can call it like a disaster management, we have different kind of people that try to put their experience and thinking into action. It's not that in terms of ministry, just like us, small NGO, how to connect and how to learn and share experience with WMO and friends from the country around us, to understand and try to improve our performance to deal with the hazard or disaster that we face now every year, we are facing. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for all these interventions. And I think at the beginning, I was supposed to also present the 3 objectives of the workshop. But I think all these interventions really summarize them already, because the first objective is this mutual learning. And this is something that we are also promoting more and more, that also with the Early Warnings for All initiative, that countries that have a bit similar challenges, similar contexts, can help each other, that they don't rely on all the international high-level partners always, but they partner up and they share these experiences. And projects like this cruise project, I think, has really brought the 2 countries more together. And the second one is what you mentioned, the action plans. And again, I think there's learning also from Early Warning for All roadmaps and other action plans, where it's not only actions, but it's also budgets behind these actions, possible donors, possible supporters. And yeah, this was the second objective of the workshop. And the third one, as you mentioned, that partnership and communities of practice are important across all the different levels. Of course, for WMO, our focal point in the country is always what we call the permanent representative. So it's either the director of the Met Service or someone in the ministry. But through supporting these communities of practice and building partnerships, we do want to reach the communities, the NGOs, all the other experts that make this possible. Because as I mentioned, not one agency alone can tackle these very complex challenges. So that was the third objective, right? To build, to promote these communities of practice.
Thank you, Mr. Johan, and thank you, Dr. Man, for the question. So we will touch the part of the inclusions of the involvement of the multi-stakeholder in the development of the action plan through the country presentations later after the coffee break. So we will have like more information on that. Also, we will have a session on the community of practice later. LC and also our colleague from GWP headquarters Stockholm will also support us in introducing this community of practice. So I think now, because we are right on time, actually, 2 minutes left for the coffee breaks. Maybe I would like to offer one last question, maybe from the last table in the behind. If you have something you would like to raise or issues or maybe questions. No? I
I don't have a particular question. I was really trying to understand the proverb, which I love, and thank you very much for sharing. And that makes me think we need to be, I mean, I'm working on anticipatory action with FAO, and we are working on both flood and drought, which are, I think, reflected here with the proverb. We need to be ready for the impact of an excess of water, and we need to be ready at the same time for the impact of decrease of water. So I think the proverb is fitting very well the work we are doing on anticipatory action. We don't want the fish to eat the ant, and we don't want the ants to eat the fish. And that makes me think, I mean, it's great that we are invited to listen to your experience on drought and how to predict, how to monitor, how to share early warning and share information on what to do if the drought is going to have an impact on agriculture, on access to drinking water, on health, etc. So I'm very, very glad to be part of this discussion. And I was just wondering why we are not also talking about flood, because drought and flood are really coming together. And yeah, maybe it's just a little idea. If the next time we can have drought and flood together, that could be very interesting. Yeah, that's it.
That's very great idea. Actually, when I attended the conference in Geneva from WMO, there was one idea to include this drought management and also flood risk management. We have separate community of practice at the moment, but I think the idea of combining these two together and bringing them in collaboration is getting more and more needed at the moment. So I think without further ado, we would like to maybe have more engaging sessions through the coffee break. So I would like to say thank you everyone for this morning sessions, and we will have a coffee break for about 15 minutes. Yeah, thank you so much. So I hope now we are more refreshed to hear the next session. So welcome back. Now it is the time to hear about the lesson learned from the country, which is from Lao PDR and Cambodia, from their experiences in developing their IWRM action plan through the cruise project. So I would encourage other participants to join again and please be seated. So we are honored to have two distinguished country representatives with us today, whose expertise and leadership are instrumental in advancing IWRM in Cambodia. Let me take a moment to introduce our esteemed speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Taksofana. I hope I pronounced correctly. So he currently serves as Director of Water Resources Management and Conservation Department from the Ministry of Water Resources and Meteorology, Cambodia. He holds a Master of Science degree in Engineering and postgraduate specializations in Management of Water Resources and Water Services. He has more than 26 years experience in the field of water resources, agriculture, irrigation, river basin management, and IWRM. He also serves as Cambodia Sustainable Development Goal 6.5.1 focal point for UNEP since 2017. Our second speaker, Dr. Solyang Mak, is the chair of the GWP Cambodia and currently also GWP Southeast Asia Steering Committee member since 2016. She had 12 years working experience as team leader of the Farming System Socioeconomic Research Program with the Cambodia Agricultural Research and Development Institute, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, and 14 years working experience as Environment and Natural Resources Planner with the Basin Development Plan Program of the Mekong River Commission. So please join me in welcoming Mr. Taksofana.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah. Now, on behalf of Cambodian team and on behalf of myself, I would like to present the integrated IWRM progress in Cambodia and priority action developed it through the multi-stakeholder approach from the group project. In Cambodian, we have three round of the SDG point of the SDG 6.5.1 three times. And now I would like to present our progress in our country. Before I present, I would like to summarize of the content of my presentation. In my presentation, focus on 6 points. The first is current status and challenges based on SDG 6.5.1 country assessment and another national policy different. The second point is IWRM action plan development process and multi-stakeholder consultation approach. The third is goal and objective of IWRM national action plan. The fourth, result of IWRM national action plan. Fifth is IWRM implementation and plan and coordination mechanism. And the last one is conclusion and recommendation. Okay, now I would like to start from the first point is the current status and challenges based on SDG 6.5.1 country assessment and another national policy different. Cambodian start adopted and implementation IWRM approach officially in 2004. But before this period, we also implement, but we are make not official. From 2004, when the National Water Resources Policy developed and water law in 2007 in Article 4. In Article 4 in our law that mentioned about IWRM approach. That is very important in implementation IWRM income with our country. Until now, we contribute the global SDG 6.5.1 monitoring 3 rounds. The first round is in 2017, and second round is 2020, and the third round is 2023. And the third point is the arm of the monitoring is to assess the progress and level of IWM implementation, mainly indicator SDG 6.5.1 and action, and to be take the achieve the 2030 target. The procedure of our process on the SDG, we make through the stakeholder consultation meeting to help with the participants from the different government agency, from the researcher, from community, NGO, researcher, academic, and civil society, and freelance consultant also. And also we user of the water group. And the indicator framework of SDG, we focus on the 4 sections. The first section is enabling environment. We're talking about the legal framework, policy, law, plan to support the IWRM implementation. The second is institutional and participation, rank and role, political, social, economic, and administrative institutes, and another stakeholder group that help to support implementation. That is what we focus on. And the third is management instrument, the tool and activity that enable decision maker and user to make rational and informed choice between alternative and action. The last one is financing, is budgeting and financing for water resources development and management. And that the very important point is I will tell you about the current status of IWRM progress in Cambodia. I also mentioned that we are 3-time assessment on the SDG 6.5.1.1. That is one. That the progress from 2017, we start from low, medium, low. And the second round is start to on the medium high. And 2020 also medium high. But this is the general progress in our status IWRM in Cambodia. But by year by year, in 2017 and 2000, I think the score that is one. You see in the 2000. Okay, you see, in the 2017 on enabling environment, we get start from 64. And 2000 we get more. 2020, 2020 we get 51. We increase this one. Why we increase? We can ask why we increase. Because we have a lot of water legislation and plan and sub-degree related to the water management and water development. And for the institutional and participation, we also increase 10 score from 17 to 20. And management instrument, we increase also a score from 50 to 8. And for the financing, 2017, we have 32 score, and 2020 we have 62 score, 20 increase. That is one. Why increase this one? Because the government develop water resources management and water development, like multi-purpose dam, single dam, or water infrastructure along the coast. We count not only government budget, we count only partner budget. Partner budget is mean loan budget, loan from different countries, from different agency, ADB, World Bank. We call bilateral and multi-bilateral. And this duration, we have a lot of fund to support water resources infrastructure. And so that the fund increase 20 score. Next slide, please. You know, after assessment on IWM in Cambodia 3 rounds ago, and my observation in the traffic, we have a lot of challenges, especially in enabling environment. Water revision, policy, law, and plan support to IWM in place. And sometimes the government to draft the water licensing. You know, in Cambodia, we use water free of charge. It's difficult to control water demand. It's difficult to allocate the water to the sector. But the government policy is water supply is the priority. That is one. And second is industrial use. And third, the agricultural use. And you know, in Cambodian, every sector that need the water, they have individual master plan. Agriculture, they have the water, they have individual plan for agriculture. Water supply, they have individual master plan. Mean all the sector, they have individual master plan. And Ministry of Water Resources is allocate water to all the stakeholders. How to allocate the water to the stakeholder without integrating the master plan? Because everybody need the water there. How to allocate the water? And so that government of Cambodia, especially Ministry of Water Resources, to try to collect all the master plan and integrate together. That is one very important. And also, water resources management in Cambodia, we manage by administrative boundary. Mean national level, provincial level, district level, and community level. This concept we manage and develop water resources in Cambodia. And now we change from this one to concept river basin management. Because we try with the government also establish the National River Basin Committee. And also we establish a river basin committee at provincial level. That is one. That is one also support to IWRM also. This is our challenges. I summarize all the challenges of the global IWRM in Cambodia, especially in the mainstream of the river. We have many dams on the river. Every dam they have operation manual. They have own operation manual. Some dam is a flood control dam, plus it's hydropower, has its agriculture, it has domestic use. Has some dam is multi-purpose. We want to integrate it, the dam operation in the whole basin. That is one very important. We cannot manage operation dam by individual dam. We need to integrate it operation dam. The people that involved on the IWRM, they lack of knowledge. They difficult to understand the concept IWRM, and so that our government, our department, to train, to explain them, they understand the IWRM. That is called. The IWRM challenges in Cambodian is very important, is financing. In the slide, the financing from 2020 to 2023, 2020 to 2023, the financial is constant, not increase, not decrease. 3 years. We can put the question mark why the financial in 2023 not increase. You can go back to the slide, the slide number. You think? Okay. Like what? You see the score on the financing 2022 and the assessment on the 2023 auto 52. Why the financial not increase if we think about IWM very important? In the duration is after COVID, the government divert fund to another sector, social health, and so that the fund is constant, not increase. I think maybe the next 2026, the fund will be increased. I guess this one, because in this duration, we a lot of construct water resources infrastructure, especially large dam, to prevent the flood and drought. And so that I think maybe 2026 will be increased. That is one. And also the government to provide the fund to the ministry and the program, activity program, three years. That is one to promote the IWRM as well. And also we had a lot of fund from development partner from loan. That is one IWRM. The Mauram is very committed to work with the water and related line ministry and institution, research, academic, community, NGO, development partner, and all stakeholders in the IWRM action plan, development of work and achievement of the agenda of the 2023. You have commitment. This is my presentation on progress of IWRM in Cambodia. If Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, please for your attention.
Thank you. So Dr. Soliang, you would like to directly, or maybe we open the question first? Yeah. Okay. So if anyone have a questions on the progress of IWRM before we move to the action plan of IWRM for Cambodia, anyone? No, I think it's okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Taksovana. So we will continue with the IWM action plan presentation from Dr. Soliang, and to understand the output from the cruise project in supporting the development of IWM action plan in Cambodia.
Thank you very much. Good morning again, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As you already see the progress of IWRM implementation in Cambodia. So thank you for the UN supporting program and GWPC. Sorry, GWPO for supporting the action plan development of IWRM in Cambodia. So after the SDG monitoring, we have the state 2 program, so called SDG 6 IWRM support program. And with this support, we could have this opportunity to develop the IWRM action plan to accelerate the implementation of IWRM in Cambodia. And thank you to the support from the WMO. In this IWRM action plan development, I will present to you how we proceed with the IWRM development action plan development, and then the goal and objective. And after that, the action plan for Cambodia, and then implementation plan and roadmap and conclusion. Yeah. So we consider with the working group of this action plan development. Next slide, please. that the water vision of the MORAM to contribute to the National Strategic Development Plan 2024-2028, and this to contribute the implementation of the 7 legislation of the Cambodia, of the Royal Government of Cambodia. We have water as the third priority, and the water vision is that we access for all to water use for meeting sufficient livelihoods with hygiene, security, and affordable price. So as Mr. Taisawana has presented to you, water supplies is a very high priority, and the government is very committed to achieve the 100% for the whole country access to water supply and sanitation. And another water vision is that MORAM need to provide sufficient water for agriculture, industrial, and other economic sectors. So, and mitigate to minimize the serious threat of life and livelihood of the people as a result of the impact of climate change, and particularly resulted from water disaster, and manage water environment that is unpolluted. Next slide, please. Yeah, so I have said already, access for all to water use for meeting sufficient livelihoods with hygiene, security, and affordable price is a very high priority for Cambodia. Provide sufficient water to agriculture, industrial, and other economic sectors. Oh, you put the same water security, yeah, okay. And so and mitigate the minimal threat of life. Oh, I say the same thing. Yeah, water security, next slide. Oops. You put the wrong one. Yeah, so 100, no, go back. Yeah, this one. Safe drinking water by 2030, yes, is committed by the government of Cambodia. Increase irrigation capacity to 2 to 3 crops per year. Maybe 3 crops is a little bit high when we talk in the working group. So we suggest that 2 crops is better. Critical wetlands and aquatic ecosystem with their connectivity protected. The Cambodia Mekong and tributary river basin resilient to impact of climate change, flood and drought, which occur so often in Cambodia. We proactively will address the water security scarcity. Water scarcity may occur in some river basin, in a few, which can cause by drought, resulted from climate change, or resulted from man-made development activities like, for example, infrastructure development, like a lot of building, etc. And that cut the connectivity of the river or water system. And we would like to ensure that the impact of dam operation on hydrology, on Tonle Sap Lake, on fisheries, and navigation are managed and mitigate. Next slide, please. So how did we prepare the IWM action plan? It is a multi-stakeholder consultation approach. So at the beginning, we do stakeholder analysis. We map what are the line ministry which are water related, so that we can bring them together to build a working group for development of the IWM action plan. So then we invite them to the alignment and kick-off meeting. So in that, the working group could be interacting with each other. They are presented, they are introduced to the project, to this group project, and the action plan development work plan. And we discussed the work plan and the roadmap to achieve the work plan. So then the working group, official working group was formed by the focal point of Moram, Dr. said. And then we proceed with the identification of issues and challenges on IWM implementation. And then based on the issue and challenges, develop the action plan with the assistance of the consultant. And then when the draft is ready, we submitted to GWPO, GWPC, and WMO for review. Yes, and all of them are technical experts, and GWP Cambodia also review it. And after that, we receive the comment, and then we take to the first stakeholder consultation workshop, in which the working group review. When we present the action plan, the working group review all aligned with the assistant of the national consultant. And GWP Cambodia also provide support. And then after the workshop, we gathered all the comment and suggestion and their inputs and incorporate to improve the action plan. And after that, we submitted to the expert from GWPO, GWPC, and WMO again for the second review. And particularly GW Cambodia have a lot of intervention on that. And then we had conducted the second stakeholder consultation workshop to make a review again. And then we had the chance to organize the third workshop to improve even more the draft action plan. Yes, and we also submit to the expert for the third review. And then now we are trying to finalize the action plan. Next we will do endorsement, because we were thinking to have this action plan those before coming to this regional workshop. But however, we have received more comment and input, so to make the action plan more producing more tangible outcome and more process oriented. Yeah, so the action plan now is being improved, and hope that we will do the launching meeting soon. But we had not done this before we coming to the regional workshop. Next slide, please. Yes, this is the picture that show that we've had the first, second, and third workshop. And there were a lot of discussion from different stakeholders. Yeah, so now the goal and objective of our IWM National Action Plan is that we would like to have the IWM Action Plan to promote the climate resilient and integrated water security while attaining the national achievement of high IWM implementation by 2030. So we want to achieve up to 70, between 70 and 90 score in the 2030. So we want both water security and climate change integrated water and related resource management and development. And at the same time, we want to have high score in 2030. And our objectives is that the first priority objective would be to develop sustainable finance plan to support the achievement of the objective below. Second one is to promote the climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water-related resource management and development planning project development in the water scarce river basin. And the third one is to strengthen the river basin approach and IWM-based water and related resource management and development. The theory of change to this objective is that the first one, as you could see, we have a low financing score, and up to the moment we still have limited budget for integrated water resource management implementation. So we would like to seek more fund to be able to accelerate the IWM implementation from now until 2030. So we have 5 years period to make commitment in any way that we could achieve high score objective in 2030. So when we have more financing, we will have more, we will be able to implement more activities, particularly to promote climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water and related resource management and development, planning and project development. We would like to do the planning and the development of project along with promoting the river basin approach and IWM based water related resource management and development at the same time. So we want tangible outcome as well as process oriented of profound IWM implementation. And particularly the capacity of our stakeholders, of our line ministries at national and subnational level, as well as our stakeholders, including the communities, the water user communities, the private sector, etc. We would like to have them going together with us, not only through a short capacity building, but also through the real process of planning and project development. So the Cambodia IWM Action Plan priority issue 1, so is to address the limited fund, and our objectives is to develop a sustainable finance plan to support the achievement of the integrated water resource management. And we want to achieve the output that we will have a sustainable finance plan for integrated water resource management, not only during the 5 years period next time until 2030, but also beyond that. And our indicator for this action is 1, to sustainable fund obtained for IWM action plan implementation. And second is financing plan that ensures sustainable funds that will be approved and operational. So activity 1 for this will be securing portion of government budget with carefully made plan and strategic communication. Yes. So strategic communication now, as the National Strategic Development Plan is being developed, and each line ministry is also developing their own National Strategic Development Plan to contribute to the implementation of the National Strategic Development Plan. Dr. Seth already communicate with the planning department and the minister for integrating this activity into the Moram National Strategic Moram Strategic Plan. Yeah. So when this action plan already approved, immediately it will be integrated into the Moram Strategic Development Plan. Secondly, the activity number 2, yes, we will apply the fund from development partners when there is arrangement like announcement of project, etc. And the MORAM will try to prepare project proposal according to the announcement of development partners, so they can provide, they can apply this. Sorry that I put outline in section 2, it is in the text. Yes, so for example, the Langchang Mekong Cooperation or the Mekong River Commission, etc., or the Korean Development Fund, they also provide small grant. So MORAM can try to access that. At the same time, MORAM can try to access fund from other development partners when they collaborate with MORAM in project development. Yes. So MORAM will try to, no, the working group will try to access this fund as much as possible. And the activity 3 is to develop the sustainable finance plan, that a mechanism for ongoing revenue to fund the sustainable water resource management. This could be, for example, if the project, there is a project already going on, like for example, there are a lot of initiative at MORAM. For example, ADB now has integrated water resource management project, which is over $200 million. So the working group could try to access this fund in one way or another, like for example, provide support, technical support of project of IWM based project implementation, for example. So maybe a small fund can be allocated. And through other mechanism. Yes, priority issue 2 is very important. Actually, as Mr. Savanna has said, we had different line ministry with their own water master plan. So now the government, particularly MORAM, try to bring their water master plan together. How to integrate it, it is also difficult. So the opportunity could be done is that we should try to plan water and related resource together. Like why we do not have flood drought to address climate change impact, while at the same time we could have water connectivity to the floodplain to address flood, and then we can have water store in the floodplain, or and also have the aquatic ecosystem of the river, lake, floodplain connected together. So flood will be addressed, and at the same time, we will have water storage that can be used to address drought problem later on in the dry season, for example. And so at the same time, we could have water for agriculture, for irrigation, for fish, aquaculture, navigation, small navigation inside the river basin area, where the farmer can transport their products, because before they still have difficulty in moving their product when they harvest. Yes, for example, something like this has not been absorbed before. So we want to promote this planning in integration with sectors, and also to come out with a project that will integrate flood, drought, irrigation, fishery, etc. So this priority issue is very important. And particularly, we want to proactively address the water scarcity in the river basin. So we propose this priority issue. We try to promote climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water and related resource management and development planning. So when we plan, and then we can identify the project in this water scarce river basin. So the working group have discussed that, have proposed that, for example, Stang Sain, Stang Songkai, Stang Bosat, Stang Mongkol Borei, and Stang Paitnao river basin are priority river basin to be the target river basin for this action. So we believe that our output from this action, from this objective, will be formulated the basin plan of the 5 water scarce river basin, and the project will be identified and developed. And also we see that this objective and output can be measured with the 5 indicators, 5 following indicators. First of all, we will have 5 climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water and related resource management and development plan for the 5 river basin with scarcity, water scarcity. So we will plan with the river basin stakeholders. Second, we will, based on the plan, we will develop the project concept and design for the climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water-related resource management and development projects for each water scarce river basin.
Dr. Solia, if you can please speed up.
We will select one high priority project to be funded and implemented. If we could have good opportunity, we can have one project implemented. The 4th indicator is that through the process of planning and development, project identification and development, we also learn. We want to activate the stakeholders to learn about river basin approach and the level of IWM implementation enhanced while we do the planning and project development at the same time. We also want to increase this profound IWM-based planning process. And we would like to be sure, we are sure that the River Basin Management Committee, which were established previously in 2015, which were not active. We wish that this committee will be activated and operational from this process. So activity 1 is to conduct stakeholder analysis, as you know, always when we plan. So we want to establish a working group to be engaged in this planning and water development process. Secondly, to conduct technical orientation because we were thinking to have 25 working group per each river basin. So 25 members, for each river basin. So 5 river basin would be 125 stakeholders. We want to provide technical orientation to them, and then so that we can go on the same time with knowledge together on IWM to the planning and water resource project development. And the activity is to conduct participatory review of the water and related resource policy, strategy, legislation, and governance and tools, which is the enabling environment for planning that. Activity 4 is to conduct water accounting specific to each water scarce river basin and consult with the respective stakeholder in each river basin. Water accounting is very important because like Director of the Water Resource Management and Conservation has shared with you that everyone withdraw water for use without recording, without controlling. So it is important that we do water accounting to know how much water in the river basin, in this river basin, how the use of this water resource have been withdrawn in up to the moment, so that we can know clearly the water, existing water and the water use. And then how water should be allocated for different sector development, for their development. Activity 6 is to conduct IWM-based river basin study and analysis to inform preparation of state of the water scarce river basin report. Yes, it is very important because this will inform how the plan should be. Activity 7 is to conduct water tenure assessment for each water scarce river basin, because at the same time that we apply IWM-based water resource management, we need to ensure that water rights by each sector that they use have their security. No sector violate to other sector. Nobody use water that impact to other sector. Yeah. So we will do that, and thanks to FAO that I learned from that, and we can apply this into this action. And activity 8 is conduct participatory analysis of opportunity and challenges for climate resilient integrated multi-purpose water and related resource management and development, so that we could see opportunity for planning and development. For water resource management and development planning. Activity 9 is to develop climate resilient and integrated multi-purpose water and related resource management and development plan for the water scarce river basin, for the 5 water scarce river basin. And activity 10 is to conduct participatory identification of the project. Activity 11 is to develop project concept and design for each water scarce river basin. Activity 12, we will organize a national landing forum with the key stakeholders of the 5 river basin and other relevant stakeholders. One is to launch their respective plan and projects. Second, 2 is to share experiences and lesson learned from the river basin approach, IWM application process, the sense of coordinated water resource management and development. And third is to select a high priority project for each river basin for funding and implementation.
Dr. Soleng, 5 minutes maybe?
Yep.
Let's wrap up.
And priority issue 3 is that from the beginning, we try to implementation of IWM, as it is still limited and has not been profound process enough. So we strengthen the capacity of the river basin approach and IWM implementation in water and related resource management and development. And we want this capacity to be strengthened. So indicator would be number of key staff emergency with capacity built in IWM application planning and project development. A guide for IWM integration into the project development will be prepared, approved, and adopted. And third, the score of SDG 6.5.1 monitored in 2030 will be between 70 and 90. And so activity 1 is that we organize learning session on IWM. 2 is to organize learning session on application of IWM principle in the water-related resource management and development plan. Third, organize learning session in of IWM principle in the project development and implementation. Fourth is organize learning session on stakeholder engagement and coordination in water and related resource management and development. And activity 5 is to organize learning session on SDG 6.5.1 indicator and in relation with other SDG 6 indicators as well as with other SDG. And IWM implementation plan and coordination mechanism is that the structure will be, because based on the existing already structure that we have on IWM, particularly River Basin Management Committee already exists. So the missing that and the backbone that can help the River Basin Management Committee to be activated in the future would be an IWM technical working group with the secretariat, which will work full time. And this is at the department level, the working group members. So they will have leader, deputy leader, and members, and they are multi-institution and like ministries, like could be 15 or 17. In fact, there are 17 of them, which are water-related sectors and plan and foreign diplomacy and economic sectors. So we will have Moram will lead this working group. We have Cambodian National Mekong Committee, the Tonle Sap Authority, the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries, the Ministry of Environment, the Ministry of Rural Development, the National Committee for Disaster Management, the Ministry of Women Affairs. So because women is always, gender is very important to be integrated in this action plan. The Ministry of Planning, which integrate all planning in Cambodia. The Ministry of Land Management, urban planning and construction. Land is very related to water resource. The Ministry of Mine and Energy. The Ministry of Industry and Innovation. The Ministry of Public Work and Transport. The Ministry of Tourism. The Ministry of Interior, because Ministry of Interior work with the communities. The Ministry of Economic and Finance, because they allocate the finance. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, because we have transboundary river basin.
Dr. Solyang, if I may, maybe we can go to the last slide because we
Okay.
are very running out of time. I'm so sorry.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, our budget. You can go to the budget. Yeah, for the first action, our budget will be $80,500 with the three activities. And for promoting the climate resilient multi-purpose will be over 2 million. And for the capacity strengthening will be 516,000, over 513,000. And with operation costs, so our total budget will be nearly 3.5 million US dollar. For the financial aspect, because financing is very important, we need, yes, the working group will established need to ensure that the funding source from all sorts can be accessed. And particularly the priority activity 1 should be implemented immediately. Okay, conclusion. Yes, so this action plan has been developed through a multi-stakeholder review and consultation process. And we hope that this action plan will contribute to MORAM in ensuring water security and climate resilient river basin and enhance a profound and high level of IWIM implementation in Cambodia. We recommend that the implementation of the first activities of Action 1 should be started soon after the action plan is approved. And secondly, because in parallel to this, preparation of the action plan with all detailed proposal, detailed action should be in parallel, should be also implemented. And third, we believe that we recommend that the technical working group with its secretariat should be established officially as soon as possible to work and to turn the action plan into investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Solieng. So I think I would suggest to have some energizer first before we go to the Lao PDR per country presentations so we can more refresh. Elsie, I would need your support and help to facilitate this.
Good. Okay. So we had the Olympics, right, last year in Paris. And in the Olympics, there are many, many water-related sports, right? So I want you to picture in your mind the sport where your country has been the best, right? For me, I think rowing, we're quite good at rowing, okay? So then stand up. You have the sport in your mind, right? Stand up. Now I want you for 30 seconds to imagine that you're part of that team and to mimic that water-related sport. So I'll just give you a small preview for me since it's rowing and I'm not going to go on the floor, but it's going to be something along the sides of. Okay? And then you'll have 30 seconds and I want you to win the Olympics in your mind. So you give your best 30 seconds that you have. All right? 3, 2, 1, go. There's no international dive. Okay, there's canoeing, I think. No, continue. Kayaking, swimming. What else do we have? Oh, this is rafting. Okay, this is good. What else do we have? What? Water polo. What do we have here? Petang, but petang is okay. It's water related, I guess. All right. Okay, we have fantastic. Good job, everyone.
Thank you. So now I think we are more energized. I would like to move to the country presentation of Lao PDR. So we are honored to have two distinguished country representatives. The first presenter is Ms. Sengpasuk Safayong. She is a Deputy Director of Policy Division at the Department of Water Resources, Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in Lao PDR. Her main responsibilities related to water resources management and planning, capacity building, and awareness raising on water resources. She has served as the national focal point of ASEAN Working Group on Water Resources Management and SDG 6.5.1 country focal point. And also we have Mr. Ponsai to also do the country presentation of Lao PDR. So Mr. Ponsai Simalabong is currently the Deputy Director General for Department of Water Resources Lao PDR. With over 10 years of experience in the field of water resources management, he has developed expertise in comprehensive water resources planning, utilization strategies, and effective management of flood drought events. So without further ado, I welcome Mr. Ponsai Simalabong to start the presentations.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ponsai Simalawong, and on behalf of the Department of Water Resource of Lao PDR, I am very happy to be here to share and learn from all of you about integrated water resource management and DAO management. In Lao PDR, we are lucky to have plenty of fresh water, but we still face water storage during the dry season. Also, due to climate change, the drought and season in getting too longer. To help with this, the Department of Water Resource has pre-test policy and rule less to improve how we manage water. This includes getting on section to work together using the IWM probe some important step. We are talking updating the water resource and water resource law in 2017, getting approved for the water and water resource utilization and management plan in 2023 and making plan for 14 river basin across the country. Today, the GWP Lao team and the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology excited to share what we have learned and hear idea from author to help us approve in our country. Now I will hand the floor to my colleagues, Ms. Theng Pasuk Sayawong, who will talk about how we are putting IWIM in practice in Lao. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fonsai, for introducing me. And next, I would like to talk about the experience in IWIM in Laos, and we have like as in my CV, I be so many coordinator or focal point of Laos in ASEAN Working Group and also SDG 6.5.1, 6.5.2 for transborderly. So every 2 years, I will receive the questionnaire from the UNEP and from the UN for Laos to have to review and answer the questionnaire. And it's good that when I see that every year the score in Laos is increased. When we discuss with the stakeholder, I'm happy that to see the progress. But in reality, we have to think about the mechanism because in the future it have a bit complicated situation because of climate change, because of political challenge, something like that. So I will talk today. So can you move? Yeah. So this is the overview of history that Lao we are implementing the water resource management. So actually in Lao, in 1996, we have the first water and water resource law. And that law is under, if I'm correct, is under the Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry. Is the first ministry that developed the water law. And this water law is focused only for agriculture, not focused on more in the management or focus on the environment. We don't think about that, but we think about the development, because now we are based on agriculture. So that's why the Ministry of Agriculture, they developed the water law. And in 1995 is we have the Mekong Agreement. So it's the first time that we are working with the 4 countries, Lower Mekong. We cooperate, we working, and we are manage. How can we manage the water in the river basin? We share water together. And as Mr. Ponsai he mentioned that in 2017, we have the Department of Water Resources, and we revised the water law by using the IWRM approach or IWRM principle in the water law. So that's why when we evaluate or when we discuss, we can see that the score of SDG 6.5.1 in Laos is increased every year. Next, please. Yes. So you can see here. So this is SDG 6.5.1. It's lucky that Laos we are present in the second. So you explain everything. So we have the same we have 4 sections in the questionnaire. And also in Laos we have been committed to implement the SDG 6.5.1 by progressively adopt IWRM practice at the both national and local level. Since its beginning of the monitoring progress in 2017, Laos has made significant progress, and our score has so continuous improve each year. So in 2017, Laos increased a score about 50, with respect to early stage of applying IWRM principle across the country. Since then, we have worked to strengthen our policy, improve the coordination between sector, and integrated water resource management strategy at various level. For example, we are development of national water resource law, and the establishment of river basin management plan has been action and have contributes to this progress. And in 2020, right? Yes, in 2020, so the score increased about 63. So showing that it have a positive impact of efforts such as update the water and water resource law. When we update the water law, so we have to develop the regulation according to the water law, and we have to develop the the guideline, the technical guideline to support to implement the water law. So it's good that we are also enhancing institutional capacity and promote stakeholder engagement in the water management. This effort have helped improve water governance and decision-making process across sectors such as agriculture, energy, and urban development. And in 2023, the update one, our score is about 68. So that means it's increased a bit high, because when before every sector use the water is no need to pay anything, free of charge like Cambodia before. But now when we have the new law, new regulation, new guideline, so the development sector have to pay if you want to use the water. So we divide to the small scale, medium scale, and big scale. So if you use the big scale, you have to ask the permission from the central level. For medium scale, you have to ask the permission from the provincial. And the small scale, you no need to ask the permission, but you need to inform us that, okay, you use for what. If you do is like a business, you have to pay for this, even the small scale. But if you use like a household or for the community, so you no need to pay. So that's why we impose so much on the water use. Yeah, next please. Yeah, I don't go through this because Cambodia already mentioned about the 4 aspect that we do the question. Yeah. Yeah. Next please. Okay. So when we implement, even we have the regulation, we have the law, we have the guideline, but we still meet the challenge and we still meet the issue because we have coordinate between the line agency within Laos, but it's still ineffective. As Cambodia, we are the same case study. So we have our own action plan. We have our own master plan. It's like the agriculture, or hydropower or industrial. They are also have their own action plan. So that's why we try to cooperate every sector in one. And the important thing that the data and information, the Department of Water Resources, we try to do like the database system. We try, but not yet effective now. But we have LAOIS, that one called Lao Information System. But we still need the data and information from every sector in one platform. We try to do that. And I hope that we can do it within 5 years or 10 years later. And also the challenge is the decreasing of water quantity and also the water quality. The water quality now we use the we have the environmental standard, and at the environmental standard now we still in that standard the water, the nature water in the river is still meets the standard, is not over like the water quality. But in some like during the drought season or during the flood season, so that one also get effect. Maybe the fish is have like a, how to say, the fish is die. Is dead. And so that means we have that issue. We will the Monley, the Ministry of Natural Resources, we work with the other line agency. We go to the field and see what happened in that area, something like that. But in the general, the water quality is still good. Groundwater management, this one is a big challenge in Laos because we don't know how much water under the ground. Now we try to do like water mapping, groundwater assessment. So this is very important, and we try to cooperate with the line agency, with the international organization that have experience on the groundwater. And also we are working with Thai because Thai and Lao in the southern parts, we have the same, how to say in the technical word, but is it in the same, if they call like a reservoir in the river, but I'm not sure groundwater how what is the technical term they said. So yes, aquifer. Oh yeah, thank you. So and we are still, yes, this one is very important, lack of the sustainable financial mechanism. So most of budget we use in Laos for water resource management is from the ODA, from the but for the from the government is we try to correct the budget from the developer. As I mentioned that if you want to use the water, you need to pay. So we will use that fund to manage the water management in Laos. Now I think it's have a good improve, but it still have is not sustainable enough. Yes. And awareness raising, I think is quite good. Now the community, they understand about the river, understand about the water, but we need to have more give them more action, give them more responsibility to manage or involve them more in the water resource management. Next, please. Yes. So this is the I just mentioned. So in Laos, we divide into the last river basin, like more than 4,000 kilometers. So we call last river basin. So this river basin will managed by the central level, develop the river basin plan, I mean. And medium river basin, like a 1,000 to 4,000 kilometer scale. So this one will managed by the provincial. But if is that river across two province, that river need to manage by the central level. For the small level is like less than 1,000. So that means this one is belong to the district level. But if it's across to two districts, that one have to responsibility by the provincial. Yeah, so we divide like this. And also the water use. So it's here. So we have like the livelihood, drinking water. We have the small scale, medium scale, large scale, and also the electricity. So we have divide in here, and we use this amount to calculate. When they ask the permission, they have to pay according to this. Yeah. Next, please. Yes. So so that's why we have developed, when we have the water law in 2017, we revise it, but we still revise it. In 2020, we also revise some article, and in 2023, we also revise some article in the water law, and now we have the strategy. So that strategy called water and water resource utilization and management. And under that strategy is until like 2040. And under that strategy, we have action plan. In that action plan is like 2021 to 2015. So in that action plan, so we is like have a water resource management, but we apply the IWRM approach in when we develop that action plan. But you know, the action plan is from 2021 to 2025, but the Prime Minister approved the action plan in 2023, and now 2025 we review the action plan. So I hope that we have some progress. Yes, next please. Okay. So that is good that we get the support from GWPC, GWPO, and also from the WMO to review the action plan that we have 2021 to 2025. And why we review that? Because we prepare ourselves to develop the new action plan 2026 to 2030. And we hope, but I think it will be delayed because we combine between Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry with Ministry of Natural Resource and Environment. And we need to take time. I think like the previous one action plan is more than 5 years we develop it, because we need to wait for strategy, we need to wait for the mandate, we need to wait for the other regulation, blah, blah, blah. But now the new one, I'm not quite sure. We have to wait for the new revise the mandate of each department, something like that. I hope that we can develop it. Maybe 2020, 2030 to 2035, something like that for the action plan. So anyway, when we review the action plan, we see so many gaps and we see so many activity we need to improve. So it is a good chance that we review it, and when we can show this to the minister, to the new minister, that okay, when we implementing the water resource management action plan, we have the gap like this. So it can be the standard for us to think about develop the new mandate of the new ministry. Yeah, next please. Yes, the same focus with Cambodia. We have the consultation, we have stakeholder meeting, we set up the it's lucky that in Laos we set up the technical working group. So we use the same drought. When we develop the drought action plan and IWIM action plan. It's the same working group. We are working together. And when we discuss together with the drought and also IWIM. And next please. Yeah, so this is some picture that we are doing our discussion and also doing the meeting. Yeah, next. Okay, stakeholder. We have so many, but now the name of ministry already changed. So I will not go to that, but just say that we have the health sector, we have the forestry sector, we have agriculture, we also have the water supply, we have hydropower. We also invite the land management to come and discuss, and also we have university. We invite university, and we try to involve more on the private sector, but they are so very busy when we invite them to join this discussion. So yeah, so this is the stakeholder that we involve them. Yeah, next please. Yes, this is the strategy we have, like we can call it like a IWRM strategy towards to 2030. So in that we have like a 8 strategy goals, and we have 17 outcome, 28 output, and 83 activities. So for the first strategy, we focus on integrated river basin management. Second one is like a management of the data information system, access of the water and water resource. And the third one is talking about the protection and restoration of the water and water resource. The fourth one is the groundwater management. And the fifth one is develop of infrastructure related to water use, or the green infrastructure. So we try to do that. And the sixth one is create finance mechanism. And the last one is the human resource development. Yeah, next please. Yes. So when we see and when we review, we can see that the total ATT activity, we can complete like a 27 activity. We can complete it. Even the plan approved in the mid-year in 2023 is lucky that we complete 27 activity, but still ongoing implementing activity like a 44 activity, and the delay or not yet start or pending is like a 12 activities. So why is delay, or why is cannot start in some activity? The first thing, maybe as I mentioned, because we have the so many line agency, so some mandate is not quite clear. So they think sometimes they think this is my work, or this is your work or not, something like that. So it is a bit like the coordination mechanism among the concerned line ministry. So the second one is because of lack of budget. So if you have the budget, so every sector will say, okay, this is mine. But because of lack of budget, so we still have an issue to implementing. And also the important thing is the capacity. Sometimes even we have the budget, but the local or even the central level, we don't have more capacity. We need to hire the expert from the international. So that's one is the budget is how to say, is get high, right? If we hire the international expert. So that's why this one, the capacity building is also the challenge to implementing the action plan. And also, yes, to the action. Okay, I will move to the action plan now, please. Okay, next. Yeah, next. Okay, so this is the action plan that we recommend for the new one to the I will present this to I hope that in April we can submit it to the minister on the action plan, the new action plan. So the first one is we already we already have the Prime Minister already approved the 14 river basin plan. So in Laos, but we still the provincial they need to develop a river basin plan at the middle scale. It's like a 26 river basin, and also the medium, the small scale for the district. So that's why we need to cooperate with the provincial and district level to develop their own river basin, and that's one also the issue because of the capacity building. So if you're going to develop the river basin plan, you need to do the like a water assessment, right? You need to know how much water you have first, and then you can do like a allocate to the other sector. But now the provincial or district, they don't have capacity to do to calculate or to do the modeling how much water we have, something like that. So that's one is the one thing that we need to do. And also we need to enhance or establish like the coordination mechanism for the monitoring and evaluate of the implementing of the action plan or even the river basin plan. So when you have the action plan or you have the river basin plan, if you don't have the good mechanism to monitor or evaluate like this, so you don't know that is this effect or not. Next, please. Okay, for the second strategy. So the second strategy is, I just mentioned that we have the Lao information system, water resource information system, but we still need to enhance that system to make it like a comprehensive, and how to involve the Lao agency to share the data and information in one platform. This one is really important. And also we need to integration of the various like a hydrology station. So this one belong to the DMH to working on that. And also like the forecasting monitor. And we are also need to work with the MRC, because the MRC, they have like a capacity, and they also have a budget to implementing that for the forecasting tool. They are already have the system, so maybe we can use and apply it in the nation in the national level. And also we need to continue maintain existing station, but the issue is for the station, for the hydrology station, is like if Korea support, it will be Korea system. If Thai support, it will be Thai system. If China support, it will be China system. So now we try to make it in one system. So this one is very important. FAO and also WMO also support DMH to on flood and drought early warning system. So I think this one is very important to, and also apply the modeling tool for the water assessment. For the third strategy, so we need to develop implementing the wetland. So Lao also the Lamsa, the member of Lamsa Convention. So we are also have 2 Lamsa sites in Laos, in the southern part of Laos, and we need to still need more, develop more in the northern parts of Laos, because we focus only in the Lamsa side. But for the wetland in the northern part, we still need to have develop the plan and also forest restoration and also protection in the upper river basin. So we need to do that. And also river minimum flow. Minimum flow is very important. So before we don't know how to calculate the minimum flow. But when we mentioned in 2017, we have the water law. Now Department of Water Resources, we try to think about the minimum flow. And every dam or every hydro project need to add the permit, not like a permit, but it's like they have to submit the minimum flow calculate to DWR, and then we will review and we can see when we can discuss with them that how much water they have to recharge during the drought season, during the flood season, something like that. So we try to do that. And what is next? Okay, minimum flow. Oh yes, the monitor and prevention water pollution. Yes, this one is also important. So at the MRC, they also have the water quality station, but it's in the main river basin like a Mekong. But in the tributary, in Laos, we also have like a 200 water quality sample point, right? We take the water and then we take at the laboratory. So in Laos, we also have that. In the fourth is like a groundwater. Yes, groundwater is very important. I just mentioned that data and information we need to know. We need to do the water assessment, how much water that we have under the ground, and also it's good that now we have the regulation. Before you use the groundwater, you need to get a permit. But it's still how to say, we don't have the more people to monitor that, okay, you already register or not for the groundwater use, something like that. So this one is also very important. So yes, infrastructure. So infrastructure, we try to do like strategy, and also, what is this? Okay, next please. So, okay, so the important thing is like a fundraising. So now we have the EPF, Environmental Protected Fund in Laos under Monley. So we will use that mechanism to do the IWA implementation. And also HR, human resource development, is very important for the Ponley and then Donley. For the last one, we don't have the specific recommendation for international cooperation, but I think the important thing is sharing and learning from the international cooperation, our regional. So it's really good. That's all for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Sang Pasuk, for the nice informative presentations on the progress of IWRM in low PDR, and most importantly on the output and outcome of the IWM action plan development. So I would suggest to have the last 5 minutes for the Q&A session for both countries. But maybe if we have more questions, maybe we can extend 2 minutes, so 7 minutes, if I may. So please, who would like to ask questions? Or everyone already going for lunch?
Thank you for the opportunity. Some keywords appear here and there from the presentation that had been made by our Cambodian colleagues and Lao colleagues. For the Cambodian part, I see that we are moving from infrastructure to governance. It's not only infrastructure, but it is also governance. So I'm wishing good luck on that, because governance is sometimes difficult to do. One question for our Cambodian colleagues is about financing the national action plan. Well, financing requires a lot of activities that can be connected to the available funding sources, and probably 1 or 2 minute response on how the Cambodian colleagues are looking on that. And the second is for Lao. Groundwater issues is coming up here, yeah. Related to the climate change, is there anything predicted? Will there be a bigger groundwater consumption, or yeah, just want to know further? I think that is one for Laos and one for Cambodia. Okay.
So maybe
Thank you very much. Yes, so Cambodia, we try to have as much different source as possible. So first of all, through the government budget allocation, through the National Strategic Development Plan, because that is the coordinated action plan of Cambodia. Moram has the National Strategic Plan for Water Resource and Meteorology. So, for example, if we have action plan for IWM, we can integrate it into the Moram Strategic Plan. Like this time is 2024-2028. So once we integrate this into the Moram Strategic Plan, then because Moram will contribute this strategic plan to implement the National Strategic Development Plan, which is 2024-2028. It is, at the moment, it is still in draft. It is a good momentum that Dr. said already discussed with the Department of Planning of Moram. So once the action plan is approved, it will be integrated in the Moram Strategic Plan, and then Moram will integrate it into the National Strategic Plan. And the budget allocation for any activity will be under this action strategic plan. And then the action plan, like for example, for action number 2, promoting the climate resilient multi-purpose water resource management and development planning and project development could be incorporated into the 3 years project investment plan, 3-year rolling project investment plan. Yeah, so we put in there. So development partner could also access that because it's in a database accessible to development partner and private sectors. So if they are interested with that action plan, they can pick and they can provide or support for funding or something like that, either as loan or either as grant or whatever, or because the government is already approve and promote the public-private partnership. So this can be also done, another source, yeah. And so we also try to, another source beside the government is the funding through development partner. If they have announcement based on their strategy, then we can also apply for that. Thirdly, now we have to develop plan for a sustainable fundraising, something like that. So different ways, either, for example, like provide technical support on IWM for the infrastructure project. So like a lot of initiative is going on now, like IDB project, World Bank, AFD, etc. So this is another way. And maybe
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dr. Solian. I can add more some idea related to the funding. Before this one, I will be tell you about the master plan on water resources management and development. From 2008 and until 2025, we had the first master plan on water resources and development. And from 2025 to 2050, I mean 50 for 25 years, we developed the second master plan 2025 to 2050. And on water resources development and management. And also the source of the fund from government fund, the first from government fund, and second is from the grant mainly from carbon credit or from environmental facility or something this one. And third is from loan. Loan we divide by two, bilateral and multilateral. Bilateral is between loan from between government and government. And multi-bilateral is bank to Cambodian, ADB, World Bank, AIIB, this one. In this year or next 5 years, we are develop a lot of water resources management infrastructure in soft work and hard work. You know, in Cambodia, before you develop hard or structure with hard work, you need consultation with all the stakeholders before the project approval to develop. That is when we put the concept IWRM, because the all stakeholders from the grassroots, from the community to the government agency, that is one. That is one is we need to compromise all the stakeholders to be approval the project, that is one. And so that the people can learn and can understand the IWRM. Because you know, when we talking about the project on water resources development, a single project or multi-purpose project, we invite all the stakeholders to join to the consultation this one. If the one of stakeholder not agree, we very difficult to compromise them to understand of this one. You see our process of the develop water resources infrastructure. This one.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So we about to go for the lunch time, so I will not take so long for the response to your question. I think yeah, you mentioned about the pain or issue of the groundwater use under the climate change impact in Laos. Actually, we don't have the information about that water use now. That or even the assessment or study about that groundwater still very limited. But we can foresee that this very significant issue in the future because the groundwater use is mainly the groundwater mainly used by the rural community in the rural area. Even we in Laos we have abundance of surface water, but some area in Laos still face a lot of the limited surface water, access to the surface water, and we can foresee that in the future, if the climate change impact, whether it have more rainfall or even the less rainfall, but especially for the less rainfall to the ground impact, the groundwater will be used increasingly by the community and it will affect to that extent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Because we are 6 minutes running out of time, so I would suggest maybe we can do the Q&A later during the lunchtime. So a little bit announcement. So everyone already received the card to go for the lunch. Please bring it along. So the lunch location is the same with the breakfast actually in the first floor. So we have until 1 p.m. for the lunch break. So we will come back. We will open the meeting room at 12:45. So if you want to bring anything important with you, please. But if you want to keep it here, it's also fine. We will ask someone to lock the door. Thank you very much for the very informative and insightful sessions since the morning. And I will see you again at 12:45.
Also has a new joint project or program, as we call them, on green finance. And we've just received $2 million from Luxembourg to support this project, and which involves some of my colleagues' agencies here, including FAO. And I highlighted two parts of this project where there may be links to your work and supporting the plans that you have. The first one is the payment for forest environmental services. And this is a project component that's going to be implemented by FAO. And it's going to look at how to access funds from private companies that rely on communities or that rely on water supply from forested areas. And this was done in Vietnam, and I understand they leveraged millions of dollars in Vietnam through this payment for forest services, which went to communities and organizations that support forest conservation, and also water management, supported water management. So that's happening under FAO. And then on UN Habitat are looking at have some funds to support urban investment and green growth. And of course, water management in and around urban areas, I imagine, is a key part of any of your plans. So there's two potential entry points, and I'd be happy to connect you with the relevant staff in working on those in Lao PDR. Then in both countries, Cambodia and Laos are working on national action plans for food systems. And water management is a key part of any sustainable food system, including irrigation, and especially as related to sustainable agriculture. And in both countries, certainly in Lao PDR, the UN system is developing a proposal now for $2 million to support implementation of the Food Systems Action Plan. So what I would like to do after this meeting is go back and see how we can put water into the draft proposal. So it's going to be UNEP, FAO, and a couple of other agencies putting this project proposal together. And we hope to get some funding there to support your work as well. And then lastly, both countries as well have the potential to access funding through the Global Biodiversity Framework funds. And there's a couple that exist already. There's the fund under the Global Environment Facility and a fund supported by China. And this Global Biodiversity Framework that was adopted a couple of years ago, water management is a key part of that. And there are I've highlighted three targets here, which rely on supporting water management at the country level. Next slide, please. And then lastly, I just wanted to highlight some projects in Lao PDR, and we could provide a similar list for Cambodia of UN agencies who are working right now, who have programs on water management. Again, my colleagues from FAO, they're working with IFAD in Savannaket province. FAO also working with farmer groups on water management. UNDP have two programs looking at integrated water management, and IFAD again with farmer groups. So these are organizations that you could approach in country and explore the potential to see if they have some resources available to support some components of your IWRM plans. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I think it's quite clear what Jonathan addressed. And thank you for the robust information that may be useful for our partners in developing the national action plans and taking it to a possibility to be financed. So I will move on next to Lian Ji. Lian Ji, thank you for joining us. How do you envision FAO's organization role in supporting the implementation of national action plans? Laos and Cambodia are working on national action plans, and we need to see, is there any ongoing activities within FAO that can support, and what lesson can be learned from the previous experiences? PNG. Thanks, George.
Sure. Thank you for your question. Jonathan, I think you've made my job a lot easier because half the projects you just rattled off were FAO. But basically, I think FAO's work is pretty well suited to support the implementation and adoption of these national action plans on IWRM because, as we all know, agriculture is a very crucial part of IWRM. Even the slightest changes in water availability has pretty severe consequences for agriculture and overall food security. And we especially see this in times of drought, when existing competition over water between the agricultural sector and other sectors such as industry, construction, transport, aquaculture, et cetera, intensifies and places insurmountable and unsustainable pressure on these resources. Now, as the largest user of water resources globally, the agricultural sector contributes to these increasingly scarce conditions. And so in times of drought, understanding how to manage these water resources effectively without compromising food security is a pretty key part of FAO's work. And overall, our mandate at FAO is to end hunger and malnutrition across the globe through sustainably managing, preserving, and restoring natural resources and ecosystems. As Jonathan had mentioned already, we've implemented several projects in Cambodia and Laos focused on strengthening IWRM, both directly and indirectly. And we also have projects that are more focused on just overall drought preparedness and response. So I'll highlight a couple. The first one being LACSA, which is also known as the Lao Climate Service for Agriculture. And this is a system mainly designed for farmers, but used by all, that consolidates data from all of Laos's weather stations into one database. And it's used for weather and climate modeling to generate short-term, medium-term, and seasonal forecasts. And it also delivers crop-specific advice, pest and disease warnings, growing indices, et cetera. And as my colleague Damien mentioned this morning, we also have projects at FAO that are focused on strengthening disaster resilience through anticipatory action, which is this concept that seeks to move from this traditional model of humanitarian response after the disaster happens to actually responding before by using this pre-agreed set of interventions. And this is all put into action based on forecast, early warning, or pre-disaster risk analysis. And so through anticipatory action, FAO hopes to mitigate the impacts that disasters like drought have on people, their assets, and their livelihoods. And now this is important because we have anticipatory action projects in both Cambodia and Laos. So in both countries, FAO has supported the development of combined drought indices that use a range of data such as rainfall forecast and observation, El Nino, Southern Oscillation, Indian Ocean Dipole, Vegetation Health Index, and soil moisture. And then in cases where no national data was available, FAO used satellite information. And so in Cambodia specifically, earlier in 2024, so last year, the combined drought index actually picked up on El Nino induced conditions, which signaled a potential onset of drought. And so FAO responded by supporting vulnerable rice farmers using this ID POR system by providing unconditional cash transfers to help safeguard their food security and their livelihoods. And in Laos, FAO, on top of the combined drought index, has also developed an anticipatory action protocol with several ministries, such as the Ministry of Labor and Social Welfare, the Department of Meteorology and Hydrology under MONRE. And that was put into action in March of last year when the combined drought index also picked up on drought signals there. And so with that goal, the anticipatory action protocol aims to move towards a preemptive model to protecting vulnerable families ahead of a potential drought, to focus more on like impacts or to focus more on their livelihoods and the livelihoods of rural populations. And so then we also have the Asia Pacific Water Scarcity Program, which is an Australia-funded program that seeks to enhance the Asia Pacific region's resilience to seasonal and annual water shortages. And this also involves Cambodia and Laos as well. Laos is the newest addition to the program. And this program blends policy and governance mechanisms with evidence-based modeling techniques such as water accounting. And it also addresses this issue that we saw earlier of ineffective coordination mechanisms and a dire need for more regional international cooperation. Through the WSP, FAO brings together key actors across agencies, academia, and civil society through these multidisciplinary teams at the national level. And these ensure that the development of the national frameworks are a participatory process that is long lasting. And so far, I just wanted to highlight experts in Cambodia, namely Dr. Soliang, have conducted they're going to be conducting a water tenure assessment in the Stong district to supplement a water scarcity scoping project study. And in Laos, recently we had experts develop a national assessment of several river basins and water scarcity there, which they presented to the Department of Water Resources at Monterey for their consideration. Now, this is all to say that FAO's work connects the immediate and the near-term responses to drought and the long-term strategies to managing water security. And to connect this kind of back to the cruise project and what we've heard earlier today, I heard some themes about strengthening the river basin approach, conducting water accounting, hydromet network and early warning systems, coordination mechanisms for river basin management plans. And these really connect to some of the projects that I mentioned, namely the ones on anticipatory action and water scarcity. So it's really heartening to see some of the cross-pollination that's already happening there. But to conclude, because water is such a key element of food production and food security, we've really learned that agriculture should be a key part of IWRM and any IWRM action plan. So FAO would be happy to be involved in any next phases or, supporting any sort of implementation of agriculture in the national action plans.
Thank you, Lian Ji. It's really taking my breath away to hear so many initiatives that FAO has done in the region. And I like the term cross-pollination, cross-pollinating between sectors, between initiatives, and creating a better bedding for improvement in the water sector. Thank you, Lian Ji. Allow me now to go to Lance Gore. Good afternoon, Lance. I hope you can hear us clearly.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to you and panelists and everyone in the room. Thank you for inviting me to join the session.
Great, Lance.
I hope you can hear me clearly.
Lance, allow me to now ask a few questions to you. We have heard from the United Nations about how they are helping countries and communities to achieve a better integrated water resources management. We heard about financing initiatives, also about cross-pollination. We have also heard about that irrigation is important, it's the biggest water user currently, possibly 70 to 80% of all water managed in Southeast Asia. So I want now to go to ADB. How actually do you envision the integrated water resources management contribution to water security in the countries? We have been known that ADB is now working on an Asian Water Development Outlook and River Basin Management Plan in Cambodia. So how do you see these efforts intersecting to enhance action implementation? You could also share later on any ADB ongoing initiatives, programs, or lesson learned that supports the progress of implementing IWRM in Laos and Cambodia. I hope it's quite clear, Lance. Time is yours.
Oh, thank you. I will share some slides if that's possible. I did share them with Louise before. Is that possible to project those slides?
Sure.
And then I'll quickly race through them. I'm mindful I only have 8 minutes. So this is just give you the audience just a glance of some of the activities that we're doing in the region and with Cambodia and Laos. Next slide, please. But I'd just like to start off that everything that my colleagues and friends on the panelists have been talking about, we fully agree with. And maybe I can expand on some of that here. So first of all, to address your question about our work on the Asia Water Development Outlook. So we're currently preparing the fifth edition, 2025 edition of ADO. This is a kind of a key flagship publication for our bank, particularly for the water sector. We started in 2007, and generally we publish them every 4 to 5 years. So you can see on the screen the 4 previous versions, and by the end of this year we'll publish the 5th, and we're very happy to say that GWP are one of the contributors to preparing this document, along with the other notable knowledge partners shown along the bottom of the slide. So next slide, please. We see IWRM as a process as an input to achieving water security. ADO is how we're trying to benchmark the outcome and achievements of IWRM towards achieving water security. And the way that we measure it is against 5 key dimensions: rural household water security, economic water security, urban water security, environmental water security, and water-related disaster security. And under each of these 5 key dimensions, there are hundreds of indicators that are taken from publicly available and government supported databases. And we analyze and aggregate that information through algorithms. And then we come up with basically a score 1 to 5 for each of these key dimensions, which gets aggregated up to a national level statistic. And if we go to the next slide, please. There you can see what this looks like for the region. So on the left is I would say, preliminary results, the 2025 assessment, where we can see all the countries, Asia and the Pacific, shown, and each of the 5 key dimensions, and I've highlighted there Cambodia and Laos. And then on the right, I show how Cambodia and Laos scores have changed over time. So we started actually using a numerical approach to quantifying water security in the 2013 edition of ADO. And so you can see generally that tracking fairly consistent in the mid-50s. I think with Cambodia, this edition will show them increasing up into the 60s. And you can also see the variations there about between the different key dimensions. So how can we use this? Well, we can use this as basically a broad indicator to monitor countries' progress towards achieving water security, and certainly IWRM is an input to that. So, for example, in projects that I've been involved with in Bhutan and Karnataka and India, we've actually developed for those 2, the country and state, we've developed a similar water security index based on local input data. And they use that now as a way of gauging their progress in their 3 to 5 year annual planning cycles. Next slide, please. So the 2025 structure document will continue on using the methodology largely established under the previous editions, but with some refinements and updating the information and data that goes into it. This allows us to really track the trends of countries across time, but we can also track regions and compare countries between them as well, particularly if they're at similar levels of development. In terms of the thematic chapters, we've included a number of kind of forward-looking outlook chapters. One on the investment needs to achieve water security and how to maybe move from one bracket to another in terms of the scoring. We're looking at glacial melt, which is really not an emerging threat, but a existential threat to the region, particularly for those river basins which are reliant on the ice in the Himalayan, Hindu Kush, and so forth. And there's, of course, that includes the Mekong River. We're including an assessment of the IWRM SDG benchmarking, which GWP is leading on, to see how the ADO scores track with the SDG scores. And this is, as is mentioned, this is something that GWP is supporting us with, and then looking at gender or heat. We're also doing specific country sector assessments using the ADO approach, which does include Cambodia. And this is another area where GWP is supporting us with. Next slide, please. So moving away from ADO and then on to Laos and Cambodia. So briefly, we have ongoing technical assistance to both countries looking at climate adaptation investment planning. We are more advanced in Cambodia, so I'll speak to more about what we've been doing in Cambodia, but we're also just embarking on this approach in Laos as well. And in Laos is actually specifically targeting IWRM and the country. And for Cambodia, we are targeting a geographic region which is in the northwest, and which the country government is calling the Economic Pole 4. Here we've been requested by the Ministry of Economics and Finance to really focus our attention on this. And this is where, you know, I agree with Leanne that agriculture should be a primary input to any IWRM process, because here the government's decided this will be the main agricultural production area of the country. They're calling it the rice and fish corridor. And here we've been asked to look, how do we develop this area in a sustainable approach to meet the government's development ambitions for the area? So we've undertaken climate analysis of the region, and we can see that there's quite highly variable temperatures throughout the year, and these are slightly changing over time. But the biggest concern is the variability. But we can also see shifts in rainfall as well, month to month and season to season. Next slide, please. So following our approach for this sort of analysis work, analytical work, we have a 5-step approach, which looks at what the country's identified in its as its priorities. We undertake country diagnostics, and this is focused at the agriculture sector, and I'll get to the reason why IWRM features in it. So we look at what the development plans are for the country, what they see as their adaptation priorities. We undertake a climate diagnostics, and then we look at all the interventions that are recognized in the NAP for the country, and we do adaptation sequencing and prioritization. We look at the economic benefits of each of those actions and look at potential financing for each of those. And that comes out with our recommendations for adaptation investment planning for that region. And we're currently in discussions with the government on how to take that forth. Next slide, please. So for this particular geographic region of the country, we've highlighted basically 4 main areas that we need to focus on. And if the 3 columns on the left, you can see planning, production, downstream actions. These are all related to the agriculture value chain, food production, processing, and you know, access to consumers. On the right is cross-cutting activities, and this is where IWRM comes into play, because of course I think we're all water specialists in the room. We recognize that really to achieve agriculture production, changes in agricultural production, climate resilience, and so forth, we really do need an integrated water resources management approach. So along with that, we've also identified weather and climate services. This includes weather forecasting as well as crop forecasting and nature resource management. If we go to the next slide, please. So we mapped this out according to what some of the work that we're doing in ADB in the country, and these are shown ongoing projects in green, and those projects in the pipeline with ADB support are shown in red. Orange. And as my panelists mentioned, financing is key. And so this is where ADB can play a big role. It's not only providing the sort of upstream technical work, but we can also then help them to finance these projects. And on the right, under the cost cutting, you can see 3 projects there: Integrated Water Resources Management Project. And then we have the Irrigated Agriculture Improvement Project, which includes support to the National Water Resources Management and Data Management Center. And then we're currently preparing the second Integrated Water Resources Management Project. And if we go to the next slide, I can give you a quick snapshot of what the existing Integrated Water Resources Management Project is. And so this was approved in December last year, roughly $200 million project. It's focused on two river basins in the Northwest Province area, Pusat and the river flowing through Battambang. And under Output 1, it's very much focused on river basin planning. This is you working with the established river basin committees, and then helping them to improve the management coordination within the river basin, and to develop sort of management plans for those basins. And then Output 2 and 3 are really focused on investments. So recognizing that the irrigation, this is irrigated paddy mostly, consumes, I think, up to 90% of the withdrawn water in these basins. Modernizing those irrigation systems to increase the crop production and water use efficiency of these systems is key to overall water management. Output 3 is also looking at flood investments to make sure that we don't, we increase flood risk management within those basins. Next slide. Yeah, so the other area of activity that we're supporting the government on, and we're just embarking on this work, is we've been requested from MORAM to support them with basically updating their master plan for the entire country on water resources management, and we're laying out currently we're developing that approach with them. But you can see here is how we'll approach that. We'll start off with the Tonle Sap and Economic Pole 4 area. We'll be taking on, there's already a lot of good work done on river basin management with modeling, projections, climate assessments, and so forth. So really it'd be just bringing that information together and looking at the current infrastructure on the ground, where there's gaps and where there's opportunities there to develop new infrastructure, invest in new infrastructure to support the country's development goals of turning that area into really a high output agricultural region. Next slide. Please. I think we're done. Yeah, I think, thank you. There you go. Within 8 minutes, I'm surprised.
That's right in time. Thank you, Lance. I see the room is appreciating your presentations and the information that they put forward. Allow me now to go to the fourth panelist in this afternoon. It's my colleague here, Visa. Lance did make a takeaway that climate resilient investment will become important in the future to address all the food and problems that we are having. And one basic line that comes up with climate resilience investment is nature-based solution. So IUCN has a huge experience in Brahma, Ganges, and also Meghna. So please share to us in 8 minutes the important takeaways that you have experienced in your assistance to the water world. Time is yours.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, everyone. So I think it will be a bit different. Some experiences from South Asia region. So, South Asia is like one of the most populous region, and per capita water availability is lowest. And it is, I started working in the Mekong region with Mekong River Commission. I remember some faces from that time. And then I moved to South Asia, and I really feel like, this is a context which is like very, very difficult because it's very diverse, very big. And we are working through different projects. Can you click one? Yeah. So basically, we are working through different projects. On one of the important one is the bridge program, which is also active in the Mekong region, working in the 3S River Basin, and in the Ganga Brahmaputra Meghna region, we are working in the Meghna River Basin, which is shared by Bangladesh and India. And it is located very close to Burma. So this side is Burma. And as you can see, the green part of the river, a green part of the basin is basically the forest, and all that is in India. And Bangladesh part is the, the farmlands, the wetlands, whatever happens, upstream in the Indian part has an impact down the stream. And since beginning, I'm hearing about IWRM, and I was talking that, it's sometimes difficult to replicate IWRM into real action. Like, it is very, very complicated. And while working on, different nature-based solution integration project and water resource governance project, we realized that nature-based solution, benefit sharing, these are the concepts which actually provides you some guidance on how you can apply IWRM in the real life principles. And that's what we are working on. So kind of translating the NBS principles into action. And in the Meghna River Basin, we are actually working on development of NBS strategy, focusing on certain most impacted flood and drought impacted districts in the basin. And what we realize is that it is many times not about policies. A lot of nice policies are there, but when it comes to actual implementation on the ground and coordination between different stakeholders, that's where we feel is the biggest gap, maybe something also there in the Southeast Asia side. So a lot of products we have developed. So what I'm sharing is through the experiences of the two program on the river basin and development of a guidance for NBS mainstreaming in South Asia for the water sector that we did for the World Bank. Next slide, please. So talking about nature-based solution, I don't think I mean, I need to give you the definition of nature-based solution, but there are two sides of nature-based solution. One is many times people ask, okay, we want to plant a tree here. Is it nature-based solution or not? So first thing that we need to ask ourselves, if we look at the definition, so this was the definition which was accepted by IUCN World Conservation Congress. And actually this was the definition which was used by UN Security Council to adopt a global definition of NBS in 2022. So these are actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystem to solve a societal challenge, and also which leads to the gain in biodiversity. So, I mean, if you are doing something, just planting the tree, and it is not an action that is actually intended to, enhance the ecosystem services or the strength of the ecosystem, then maybe we cannot consider this and it as a nature-based solution. And we have to also ensure that there is always a biodiversity outcome. So globally and in South Asia also, we see a very increasing recognition, because eventually land use changes. We are losing forest and wetlands, which are actually the water infrastructure. So governments are recognizing. So one, newspaper article that you see, Assam, which is a state in India, identified a lot of wetlands for strategic, conservation as a flood reservoir. And when you conserve them as a flood reservoir, actually you are also contributing to drought resilience, because then these wetlands also recharge your underground water. But actually in reality, what is happening? We are talking about IWRM, but eventually land use changes and agriculture and urban expansion is actually leading to loss and degradation of these natural buffers. So at the end of the day, what I see is that IWRM or nature-based solution is about spatial planning. So we'll look into that. So just to, 1 second, can you go back? So you see, like, we did a survey of 50 government, officials in South Asia and asked them, what is the big climate resilience issues? And these are the three priorities which emerged. So increasing frequency and intensity of flash floods. And second one, which is important for today's discussion, water scarcity and increasing vulnerability to droughts. And what we see is that Bhutan and a lot of hilly states where natural springs, where the main source of water are drying up, there are different reasons, and land use change is, of course, one of the big reasons. Then there are issue of glacial lake outburst phenomena and others. So impacts. So, I mean, from the government point of view, water scarcity and drought is a bigger challenge for the food security of the country, and that's what concerns the government. And then there is also issue of sea level rise and salt intrusion. And when there is a very severe drought, you can think that how sea level rise and impact of salt intrusion in the coastal area will also become more pronounced. So managing drought also actually impacts your management of the salt intrusion. Next one. So, I mean, if you look at the policies, so I want to give you, like, we talk about IWRM, but here what I'm trying to, push for is that role of NBS as, a tool for achieving IWRM. And when we look at water policy, every water policy talks about IWRM, environmental policy talks about nature-based solution, ecosystem-based fisheries management. But when drought is a risk, drought is a disaster, right? And when we look at the disaster policies, maybe you can tell me what is the situation in Southeast Asia. But South Asia, the disaster management policies are really weak when it comes to ecosystem integration. And here you can see no mention of NBS or equivalent if you look at the Bangladesh policies. And these are also kind of a bit old disaster management policies. Sometimes, like in India, there is no mention of the potential of ecosystem-based approaches in proactive disaster management or drought reduction. In Nepal, we see there is a recognition within drought management that if you want to manage drought or disaster, you need to work at the river basin scale. So These are like some of the things that we need to keep in mind when we think about droughts, how our disaster management policies are looking at droughts, how they are considering nature-based solution or integration of ecosystem management practices. Next one. So just like because of the time, I will directly go into the barriers to nature-based implementation at a scale. And what we see is that the first barrier is limited awareness, because many times when you talk about nature-based solution, people were talking about interlinking of rivers and, taking water from one place to another. So clearly there is a lack of recognition and understanding of what nature-based solution actually means, and many times there is also a thinking that nature-based solution takes a lot of time for achieving a result, but actually these are just myths, and if you work in a context specific manner, you will realize that. Other thing that we see is that there are isolated example. We are talking about IWRM at basin, and there are examples, but they are not SOPs, standard operating procedures. So maybe that working at this landscape with the focus on wetland conservation can solve the problem. But when the standard operating procedures are not there, many times governments are not very inclined to go that way. Rather, they prefer to go an infrastructure way, a hard infrastructure way, where the SOPs are very clear. They know how much budget will be utilized. Secondly, thinking about the governance. So, I mean, here you people are working on river basin management. Biggest challenge, all the sectors working with themselves. And when we work with different government agencies, this is the biggest demand, that how IUCN can help us bring different stakeholders, build consensus and joint vision. So it sounds very simple. It's a soft power, soft, issues, but oh, how many consultation, maybe something will not come out. But actually that is required, because if we talk about NBS requires systems thinking, and a system can be a basin, it can be a watershed. So you need to think about how the different land uses and socio-economics are interacting with each other within the landscape. And then you design a spatial plan for managing that landscape to enhance certain kind of ecosystem services. Say, if you're designing an NBS for drought risk reduction, here the societal challenge that you are dealing with is drought and a scarcity of water. So your NBS will try to enhance the wetland features, try to work on maybe reestablishing the watersheds and better interagency cooperation. Then the third one is about financial. We have been talking. So if we look at South Asia, it's still, 98% of the funding for any climate adaptation resilience program is coming from government. Still, they are the biggest funding. But we need to think about how we can strengthen private sector engagement, how we can use blended finance and other instruments which are available now to really build nature-based solution strategies. So in one example, in Meghalaya, in Indian state, they have developed Meghalaya Basin River Basin Development Authority, and they're working on very innovative agriculture-based tax and nature banks, carbon farming acts, those kinds. Because when we talk about financing, even the agriculture sector can be designed to sequester carbon, which can be more monetized with time, and a lot of different organizations are working on that. Next one, please. I will finish at this moment. So, sorry, I think there was one more slide, but about the criteria for NBS global standard, which you can find. So there are 8 criteria. So these are linking. So I just wanted to show you, some examples of the flagship. When you talk about financing, like Bhutan is experimenting, or say Pakistan is experimenting with what we call project for permanence. So this Bhutan for Life is an initiative which is for 14 years, and it is supported by government with a long-term, vision for the funding. And the government is supporting the development of PES schemes. So government is kind of working as a broker between the community and the hotel sector to develop PES scheme, get the contract signed between the community, say communities supporting the watershed management, which leads to improved water supply for the hotels, and hotel pay to the forest community management. So that kind of a thing. Then India has started the river rejuvenation program, multi-million-dollar program, fully funded by government. And this is also a long-term program. And they have created an institution, National Clean Ganga Mission. So the NMCG basically is the institution which is supporting the implementation. Nepal also working with, river basin approach. They have developed 13 river basin offices. So within country, each basin has a river basin office. And so this is about a scale. So I mean, why it is important to have long-term projects and working in a basin to understand different connections. Say, if you want to have an intervention in the coastal area, if there is an issue of drought in the coastal area, you also need to see what kind of impact is coming from upstream, how much you can manage it, and whether it's siltation or any other issues. Last one, maybe. So just the key messages slide. So I think what is the way forward here? I mean, if we consider nature-based solution as a tool for organizing our thinking and implementation of IWRM, so we need to move from the site-based project to landscape and national strategies for mainstreaming NBS. NBS is not always a standalone project. So when you look at the river basin or a landscape and you think about NBS, there could be a lot of different strategies that you need to apply. Maybe somewhere you need to apply fisheries-based or ecosystem-based fisheries management, create protected areas. Somewhere you need to, develop some kind of erosion control measure. Somewhere you need to do agriculture intervention. So it will be a lot of different measures. And then establishing a NBS for drought coordination mechanism. So I think because drought is a specific issue, so you need to have a coordination mechanism where different government agencies can come together, they can develop a joint vision and develop indicators and targets also that they can monitor and implement together. Other thing is about livelihood enhancement and poverty reduction. What we have seen from our experience is that to really make NBS mainstream into the community and government level work, what you need is to make it, financially viable by introducing aspects which leads to poverty reduction and livelihood enhancement of community. Then only communities are kind of going to accept it. And then regional exchange on the cooperation, especially if we talk about South Asia, it's like a lot of river basin which are shared by different countries. So just one country working in their territory cannot solve the problem. And every country has a lot of indigenous knowledge, culture, and science that could be shared and built on. So that is also required. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Fisa. Okay, we have been informed on a lot of details, both by UNEP, by FAO, by ADB, and also by IECN. Allow me now to give the floor an opportunity to intervene or have a question, if any. Is there any response from the participants from the forum? Online? No? Please. Okay. Bo from Palau and from Cambodia, any response? Okay. Bo first, and then Mr. Sofana.
Okay, so thank you everyone for your presentation and your shared experience. So for Laos side, so actually the Department of Water Resources, we are working on the water accounting. So now we have two organizations working on that. So I'm not quite sure that you do you know the World Bank project? They are doing nature capital accounting, right? So I just would like to know between the FAO and World Bank. So how can you cooperate and coordinate between the nature capital accounting with the water accounting, and how can make the line agency, the government line agency, to understand clearly and how it's different and how can you work together on that? So for the, it's not the question for the IUCN. So I'm very appreciate, and now we are also implementing the project. As you mentioned, we in with UNDP we have two projects with with them, and we have IWIM and also NBA project. And now we are develop a new project proposal. That one is in the Sanyambuli in the northern part of Laos with the WWF. So we also would like to apply the NBA concept in that project, and maybe we can learn and discuss more, because I'm very interested that in your slide you mentioned that the NBA should need to increase the income of community. So this one is very touched my heart to do that. And also the thing that I'm very interested is the nature bank. Maybe this one is a new concept. Maybe I can learn more with you. Yeah, thank you.
I will give the opportunity directly to FAO first, and then any specific to ADB or UNEP? No? Okay, then to IUCN. Okay.
Thank you very much for your question. So I will admit that this is the first time that I've heard of the nature capital accounting method, but I think just to give an example of what the water scarcity program has actually done in Cambodia with the World Bank is the water scoping study that was developed, which incorporates water accounting techniques. So that's assessing the inflows, outflows of water in a specific river basin, along with the different water uses. So be that agriculture, electricity, etc. So it looks at all of that to determine kind of a water balance, and then based on that kind of accounts for the different water uses in the basin. So in Cambodia, what we did, because we didn't want to duplicate the World Bank's efforts, is we're supplementing the existing project in, I think, also the Stung district by doing a water scoping study, which is, like I said, very similar to it incorporates the water accounting practices. And then it also incorporates the water tenure assessment that Dr. Soliang is putting together. So that is looking at the different water users in the basin and looking at different uses of water. So both the legal and informal uses of water, and assessing that, because when you want to manage water in a scarce environment, you need to know who's using the water to begin with. So the water scarcity program in itself is not just water accounting, but it's also kind of delivering this larger package of looking at who's using the water. But it's not so much that you have to do X, Y, and Z. It's totally customizable. And as you know, as part of the UN as well, like the World Bank and FAO can definitely work together. With nature capital accounting, to me, again, I'm not super familiar with the term right now, but I'd be happy to connect with you afterwards and see where those differences lie and where the WSP water scarcity program could complement that in Laos currently. But happy to have that conversation with you later. I hope that answered your question.
Okay. Lisa, please, you touch her heart by talking about NDS, nature-based solution, please.
So thank you very much. And I think actually our Southeast Asia team is very active in Laos, and through Bridge program and others, we are working on nature-based solution. And I think there is a FAO project also on groundwater aquifer. Yeah. So that is something implemented by IUCN and UNESCO. So we would be really happy to work with the Lao government on creating a better understanding of how we can translate nature-based solution. So what we are like learning from different experiences is that, say, one example I would like to say why it is important to ensure that the benefits in the financial term goes to the community to bring them up to the motivation. So one example is like Ganges River Basin floodplains, and the agriculture there was dependent on the creation of a lot of connected wetlands. So when the flood comes, these wetlands work as a buffer. They take a lot of water. But with time, what happened is that land is becoming scarce. And these were just used for, buffering of the water. And they started, people started filling them, but then the flood became more and more intense. So we worked with FMCG manufacturing private sector company, which sources agriculture like wheat and other things from that area. So we worked with them in reviving those wetlands by creating some economic value. So, creating multiple fisheries, bakana, we call it like, so there is we also get it, there is some kind of vegetables which grows. So, growing those vegetables, using the wetlands for fisheries when the water is there. So enhancing the income generating capacity. And what we saw is that that actually motivated the local population to conserve those wetlands and keep them in, their traditional shape. So, this is the link to the motivation. What was the other question? Other question was about nature bank. So I think this is one of the states in India which is experimenting a lot with payment of ecosystem services. And when you want to engage the private sector, or if you want to, kind of highlight or establish a financing system which is like understood by private sector in terms of, okay, we invest this much money on nature-based solution, what is the return on investment? So we can look at, I'm not very clear about what is the, different elements within the nature bank, but this is basically designed to clarify the accounting system related to how the benefits of nature can be monetized. So globally also there are a lot of frameworks available, but the point here is how you mainstream those nature-based solution consideration into your GDP, into your national accounting systems.
Okay, thank you. Cambodia, please, if there is something to ask.
Yes, first of all, I would like to say thank you very much for all participants here, and especially for presenter that let me have the chance to learn a lot from you. Yeah, so I have some question for my understanding from your presentation. The first, I would like to the presenter from online. Oh,
ADB, okay,
yeah,
Lance, yeah.
from ADB.
Okay, Lance.
I would like to to share about your ideas about the version for the Mekong country. How to reduce the troubling trend. That's one question. And another one about for you, some fact water, some fact for water. Yeah, you understand what question? Fact for water. Yeah, fact for water. Please share your idea for fact for water. And another one for a drought. How to have water harvesting when we have a drought in especially my country. Thank you.
Okay, we will give the opportunity to Lance first, and then back to IECN. Lance?
Yeah, thanks. I actually could not quite hear the question. Would you mind repeating?
Can you repeat the question? For Lance, it's on.
I would like to know your version, your idea that how to use the trap bowling trend about yeah for Mekong country.
Transboundary.
Yeah.
Okay, transboundary.
Yeah, that's right.
Transboundary plans for the Mekong River.
Okay, well, thank you for the question. Certainly, the best approaches, I think, for transboundary water resources management really comes to information sharing at the sort of basic level, is sharing of information, coordinating on issues. On information sharing, I think it's important that the countries are transparent on the information they collect, that they have confidence in the information that's being shared, that countries have the opportunity to analyze the information that's shared and to have an open dialogue about any implications it can be between the riparian countries. The Mekong River Commission is certainly a good mechanism for that, and also bilateral discussions between countries. And then actions, I think, from ADB's approach is on transboundary matters is really actions need to be taken at the country level. So we can certainly support transboundary dialogue and information sharing, but we really focus on supporting the individual countries with coming up with approaches, policy investments, etc., on how to handle any issues related to the changes in flows, water quality, etc., biodiversity.
Okay, thank you. So it's quite clear. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Allow me now go to ICN for a quick reply on.
Yes, I think you're talking about the transboundary water conflict in South Asia. So I think South Asia is a bit different from Southeast Asia. There is nothing like Mekong River Commission in South Asia. So most of the conflict is around the sharing of the volumes of water. So downstream country always saying that, say Bangladesh complaining to India that you are not giving my full share of water. A lot of water is being taken out. Then there are challenges when the upstream country decides to go for interlinking of projects. They are concerned downstream that what it will do, because for upstream country, interlinking is the way to create water for agriculture. So, taking water from areas where it is less to area which are dry. But if you talk to IUCN, it is very disastrous, and global experience also tells us that because with millions of years, the water availability has kind of designed the evolution of biodiversity and whatever life exists. Suddenly you change the water budget of that basin by taking water from one basin to another. There will be very serious impact. So now what is happening in South Asia is that most of the treaty or agreements which are there on water are bilateral. So between two countries, so India always kind of dictating with Nepal and Bangladesh, same for China being the upstream. So India complaining against China, Bangladesh complaining against India. So how we are trying to address this issue? So one of the things that we do both in Mekong and in South Asia is promote the understanding and awareness about UN Water Courses Convention and UNEC Convention. So which is creating awareness about international water law principles. So you know that in whole of Asia, only the Vietnam is one country which has signed the Water Convention, none other country. And Water Convention talks about the principles of no harm, principles of information exchange. So if one of our work is actually focused on creating awareness about these principles and maybe kind of supporting countries to sign these conventions so that future agreements which are developed are aligned with these international conventions and principles. So we also have a study for the Mekong, opportunity for Mekong through water conventions. So you can read it online. So it basically compares how Mekong River agreement, what are the deficiencies in the Mekong River agreement when we look at the international water law principles.
Okay, thank you. Quite clear, yeah? Allow me now to have 1 minute. I will kindly ask Jonathan. Jonathan, after listening to so many information and discussions that has been going on, all the discourses that happen, from a perspective where you are now at the United Nations Environmental Program, is synergy possible? What is your opinion? A 1 minute will do.
Yes, I session highlighted
Yeah. Thank you. The real work starts after we have this workshop, actually, yeah? So I would like to ask for an applause for our panelists, Jonathan Gilmian, Yanji, Lanscore had joined us, and also Visa. Thank you very much for sharing the thoughts. We are 10 minutes late than scheduled, but we have rich of information taken back to our work and our country. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good rest of the session. Thank you.
So as Raymond mentioned, time on schedule, so I would like now to move directly to a presentation on the IWA app and we put it into practice and deploy for more and more inclusivity also into the or connecting different stakeholders through this community of practice. So my colleagues, Elsie will present on this. And then we will go after this.
Okay. I have what about 10 minutes or so, Luis? No, I'll share my screen directly. Yeah. About 10 minutes? 13 or 30? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Yeah, we'll try to be quick. So after that is coffee break, yeah? Okay. So I'm standing between you and coffee break. It's never a good position. What I'll try to do in the coming minutes is simply to highlight a knowledge portal that we have been developing at GOP, but also with a number. Lance Gore used the word knowledge partners, a number of different knowledge alliances that we've built. So FAO is part of those partners. We have ADPC. We have a number of different organizations throughout the world that help us develop this platform. So let me take you through the center of it. So this IWM Action Hub, who knows about this in the country, in the countries? Who knows about this platform before? Dr. Solyang, you should know about this platform a bit. Okay. Okay, so it's good that you don't know so much, so this will be a bit new. All right, so we've heard a bit earlier about, right, the 4 dimensions of IWM, right? So this is the IWM toolbox. It has 87 tools on these 4 pillars. These are categorized by the 4 dimensions, so enabling environment, institutions and participation, management instruments, and financing. So what are these specific tools? So for example, let us go to financing, because there was a lot of discussion on financing earlier. So financing, we have different tools here that speak to how do we mobilize investment strategies, but also then what are the different financing mechanisms that can be deployed in order to fulfill the finance gap that you have. So for example, we have tools on here evaluating the value of water. So have you heard about, for example, shadow pricing methodologies? So these are methodologies that allow you to look at the environmental and social benefits of water beyond those that are economic. We have tools around cost-benefit analysis, for example. But you also then have tools here about blended finance. What are green bonds? What are blue bonds? How do they work? And we also have tools, of course, on the so-called 3T model. So we've heard a bit earlier in both presentations a lot about the transfer. So this in OECD language, right? The taxes, the tariffs, and the transfers. We've heard a lot about from Cambodia this morning that the transfers have been made to Cambodia through international aid. So that really heighten your potential for funding. But what about tariffs? We've heard from Laos earlier that when it comes to big rivers, you've implemented a tariff system, but not for the small one, not for small user community. So here, what these tools tell you is a bit, okay, how can tariff structures be established? How can they be revised? There's also tools on national allocation planning, for example. So what happens in times of drought? What do countries prioritize? In some countries, for example, it's the ecological flows, as we heard this morning. In other countries, it's the right to water and sanitation. So they're guaranteeing supplies. So I encourage you to have a look at this. Sometimes some of the topics we've discussed today are highly technical. And what these tools authorize you to do is to get a bit of an introduction in terms of what are those concepts, how have they been applied throughout the world, and concrete methodologies in order to put them into practice. So associated to those tools, you'll always be able to find related resources. So these are technical resources, academic resources, and also policy document that supplement more information. And we have over 2,000 resources that are in there. So it's quite a strong knowledge portal. Another thing that is hosted in this is case studies. And this is very important because oftentimes for a government, when you try to build the rationale, let's say, for a specific intervention with your governments, they'll want to say, they'll ask you, okay, but where has this been done elsewhere? I'll give you a specific example. And we have over now, I think, 300 different case studies from all over the world. When it comes to taxes, right? One of the examples we have on there is the National Water Fund that has been established in Tanzania. You know what happens in Tanzania is that every time you put a liter of essence of gas into your car, there's 20 shillings that go to the National Water Fund. That's an amazing cross subsidy, right? It's a great way for then this water fund to have resources to invest in infrastructure and also remote sensing infrastructure, but also some of the soft interventions that you've been discussing earlier. So these kind of case studies, practical examples on managing risk salinity of irrigation, working on implementation of allocation regimes in Australia. You have case studies from all across the world. One interesting thing as well is these so-called country profiles. So what we have there, and I'll actually go to, let's say, to Cambodia. Just zoom down here. So we have all the countries, basically the resources are categorized by different countries. So let us click on Cambodia to see what you have. So if you click here, you have, in a nutshell, the IDBRAM 651 score. Then you have all the information. So in case you want to get access to the information that was presented earlier by the team, but if in case you want to have all the reports that the team has built, you can go simply on the 651 portal, and there you'll have all the different associated submissions and the detail per different questions that they have. So, you know, what's the level when it came to the development of the National Water Resource Policy, when it comes to financing questions, so how are revenues being mobilized? You also have on there, and this is a collaboration that we did with FAO, you have the Aquilex, the Aquilex repository. So this, I mean, for the country teams, that's maybe not so important, but for the development partners in the room here, that is really important because this is a repository that is done by FAO and their legal team on all the different national laws, policies that relate to water. So it's really kind of one-stop shop whenever we're doing these institutional strengthening, and we can also then liaise back information to the FAO team so that we have the latest information. And as we saw by the country projects this morning, there's a number of new strategies and programs being implemented. So let's just go back to the country profile. So you have the information about 651. You can connect with different members, and I'll get to the connectivity part a bit later on. You have all the tools, all the legal and policy documents. You also have academic documents that are in there and case studies. So let me get here to the interesting part. We talked about co-learning. Here already a number of you are already learning from each other's experience, right? What is happening in Laos, what is happening in Cambodia, what is happening in Thailand. We have what is called the IDBRAM Action Network. This is slowly becoming the LinkedIn for water professionals. So at the moment we have, let me actually check, every day it changes. How many members do we have now? I think we have over 4,000 people who, just like you, have registered on the platform. We have 4,133. So this IDBRAM Action Network, let me click on it. Essentially, it started out with this idea of trying to connect different water professionals throughout the world, but that work in multi-stakeholder environments. So you can see people here work for sometimes consultancies. Sometimes they're hydrological experts who work in academia. Sometimes they're people who work for multilateral development banks, for example. They're all different types of stakeholders are currently registering themselves and putting their profile on this page. And then you can directly interact with them. So let us see actually for Laos and Cambodia, if there are many members. Oh, so let's see who's in there. Maybe some of your colleagues are already in there. Okay. Oh, SNV. Okay. So if you want to work on WASH, you can work on this, but let's see who's in there. Oh, Richard Mola. Do anyone of you know Richard Mola? He's from JZ. So, we're talking later on about connecting with different partner organizations. Well, that's a great place to start thinking about it. Who else is in there? National lecturer at the University of Laos. Okay. Maybe, okay. Some of you know her. That's good. Environmental consultant and social safeguard consultant. So anyways, the idea here is a couple of years ago, we were trying to find experts in gender responsive budgeting. Complex topic, right? We have a tool, by the way, on the toolbox that's on gender responsive budgeting. We wanted to find an expert that can help us understand that concept and mainstream it as part of our policies. Try to find it on LinkedIn or on Google. Type in gender responsive budgeting expert. It will be very difficult. I tried it 3 years back and I didn't find anyone. Now, here you can find by different stakeholder. You can type in gender, for example, and you'll see all the different people that have, if I just click enter, that have gender expertise. Then you want maybe gender and you want an academic person. So you can start filling those and finding the right experts that can help you either build a financing strategy, work on NBS, for example, work on wetland restoration, on ag. And all these different stakeholders are currently engaging in what we call communities of practice. So before, I have 6 minutes, so I'll go very quickly through my slides on communities of practice. Who here is part of a community of practice? Who here has heard the term community of practice before? Okay, a couple in the back. Colleagues from countries, community of practice? Yeah, maybe, okay. So community of practice, they're everywhere. If you type in Google, for example, community of practice water, you'll see them everywhere. Basically, almost every international organization at the moment has created a community of practice around their work. So you can find this one in the corner there is the Lake Chad Basin Commission. They have community of practice on governance. So especially with community-based management, you have the World Bank water communities that focus a lot on water supply, efficiency. You have AOTech DevNet, that's Earth Observation Technical Group. They work on prediction of earth and floods and droughts. You also have now, and we're working with WMO, to create communities of practice on early warning end-to-end flood management systems, right? So communities of practice are everywhere. How is it defined? Is by these 3 components. So in order to be a community of practice, you have, it is commonly defined as a group of people who share a common concern, a set of problems, and who want to deepen their knowledge and expertise by interacting on an ongoing basis. So basically here, what we're already doing in a way, we're all experts that work on IWM, that work on drought management. We all have a deep concern for trying to enhance water management and drought management in our countries, and we interact right here, sharing our knowledge and expertise, and we do that on an ongoing basis. It's not the first time I met colleagues that I met a year and a half ago in a workshop. We build in this way a community that we're able to, I'm able, next time I have an issue, to call some of you and to say, hey, can you help me out with drought financing, for example, because I know you presented about this. So this is what a community is about. What do communities of practice do? So normally, a community of practice does a number of different activities, and these range from annual capacity building workshops and meetings like the one that we're having right now, to online community portal discussions. We'll get to some of the community portals. We'll explain, my colleague Colin as well will explain a bit of that later on for the SDG 651 community of practice that they have. There are also blogs and discussions, podcasts, and I think Uli will be doing some interviews with some of you later on to get your insights around certain things. But We can share a number of podcast series that we're doing, for example, with the UNCCD Drought Community of Practice. So this is experts that talk about specific topics on drought. Webinars, we organize a number of different webinars, case study collections, coaching and mentoring, site visits, competition, write shops, basically anything, any activity that is about, that is helping us engage and share knowledge with each other. Then what's the effect of these communities of practice? Why are we doing this? Well, we say that communities of practice, and that's the theory of social learning, it says that it helps people in 3 different ways. One, relational outcome. So it helps people connect. As I was saying before, now, we've exchanged cards. So next time I can call Vishwa, for example, I can call you and I can say, oh, now, we have personal connections. So these communities help building professional networks. They also help enhancing technical outcomes, which is how do we take decisions and action on the ground. So let's say I'm part of a community practice on drought resilient crop. The next time I will go back to my field and I start changing maybe from a non-drought resilient crop from maize before, and then I go for sorghum. I change my actions as a result of the tools and the knowledge that I got from the community of practice. And lastly, transformational outcome. These are the ways that the community, and for example, what we're doing here, can also then create changes in superstructures. So changes in policies, maybe convincing your president or your prime minister of creating a national water fund, like the one in Tanzania, because you heard about these ideas, you saw they were tested somewhere else, and then you're building an advocacy coalition with your community in order to foster change in mindsets and also in policy. So I won't get too deep into this, but a community of practice normally is structured around specific layers. So at the center, you have a coordinator. So for example, hi, I am a coordinator of a number of the different communities that we'll be presenting later on. And tomorrow we'll have also 2 coordinators. So Daniel Tsegai from UNCCD that will explain the community of practice on drought management that they have. Also Valentin Eich from WMO and GRP, who will talk about the integrated drought management program. And we also have on the call here, Colin Heron, who is the sort of coordinator and at the center of the community of practice on SDG 651, which is on IWM. Then there's the core group. So, number of people, experts that come in very often who give expert talks and things. And then most likely, for example, from the country teams, you'd be occasional and peripheral members, but you can become more active members. So for example, let's say out of this workshop, you come at the end and you say, okay, look, I've heard about this thing of payment for ecosystem services, right? PS, and I think it's been mentioned in your presentation. Elsie, can you find through the community of practice, we want a webinar on PS and how could it be applied for Laos and Cambodia? So you can, as members of a community, you can come to your core group, you can come to your active group and to say, hey, I need this. This would help me out a lot. Okay, I think that's out of time, right, Luis? 1 minute left. Okay. So perhaps as a homework, whenever you have the time, I would say go on the idbrmactionhub.org. Create yourself. It's very simple to create yourself an account. You sign up by simply having your email address and your username, and then it sends you an email where then you can register and then join all these different communities that are there. And you'll see we have communities really on a different range of topics. For example, nature-based solutions and water management. And you'll see in there, actually, I don't know if I'm logged in now, but you'll see in there we have recurring webinars. So in case you're interested on this topic, you just sign up and then you'll receive occasional, sometimes congresses, sometimes different call for proposals, because there's also opportunities, job opportunities, funding opportunities, and that. Okay, 9:30, no, 9:30 on my screen, so that means it's 2:30 here. Back to you, Luis.
Thank you, Elsie. So now actually is the time for coffee break, but if I may say yes, because we have Elsie also to help especially country delegations who wants to join with the community of practice. And so maybe you would be good also to use this coffee break opportunity, bring the coffee and paper, and then to register the community of practice. So now we will have a coffee break for 15 minutes. I will be also supported here in case everyone wants to be part of the community of practice to register, because I also requested to bring the laptop so we can do some practice on practice to register, especially. So yeah, so we'll come back. We'll start again with the STIW sport program and in 15 minutes from now. So thank you very much.
Hi, Colin.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Louise, can you hear me okay? Yeah, I can't hear anything from your end, Louise, unfortunately. But you can hear me, it seems, so that's a good start. No, still can't hear you, sorry. I can read lips a little bit, but I'm not very good at deciphering in that way.
Pauline, can you hear me now?
Yes, now I can, loud and clear. Can you hear me okay? Okay, now I can't hear anything again. I'm not sure if you're speaking, Louise.
We will start in 5 minutes if you don't mind, Colin, because we just had a late coffee break. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine, thanks. But yeah, can you yeah, you can hear me okay, right?
Yes, I can. We
Okay.
can hear you very clearly. So please stay with us. In 5 minutes, we will start. Thank you, Colin.
I will do. I'll just go on mute and turn my video off, but I'll be here.
Can you hear now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay. So, I hope everyone already have the coffee break, and please feel free to bring it in the table, on the table. So now we will have a sessions on the SDG 6 IWRM support program. We will hear from our colleagues from Global Water Partnership Secretariat headquarters in Stockholm, Colin Heron, who is joining us online to talk about the IWM Action Plan SDG Support Program. I think some of the country delegation already presented about this before, but we want to hear more about how this action plan have been implemented in the countries. And Colin, if I may introduce a bit, Colin. Colin Heron is currently the Senior Water Resources Management Specialist, Water Solution for the SDGs at the Global Water Partnership in Stockholm, Sweden, where he supports countries in improving their achievement of water-related SDGs. So in his 25 years career in water, he worked as a water security director for the Natural Conservancy in Mexico a long time ago, and Northern Central America, as an advisor on water issues for government of Mexico and Turkey, as well as for the international organizations, including the World Water Council, the World Bank, the World Meteorological Organizations, and the International Union for Conservation of Nature. So without further ado, I would like to give directly to Colin. Please, Colin, time is yours.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Louise. And I'm intending to speak for 10 minutes, so I've put my timer on because I try to be very punctual. So good afternoon to all of you. I hope you're energized after this coffee break. And I'd like to talk to you, if maybe, Louise, if you could get the slides on the screen, about this process that we have of taking countries, accompanying them through the monitoring of SDG 6.5.1 towards action planning. But importantly, the plan is not the end in itself. The plan is a means to an end. The end goal is better implementation of integrated water resources management. So I'm going to share a little bit of how this has been done around the world, and I'm going to end with some challenging questions for all of you. So if you can go to the next slide, please. First, just very briefly, and I'm sure you all know this more or less, but the SDG 6.5.1 data, like all SDG data, are national data. They come from different stakeholders through a consultative process. So this gives us a good, broad understanding of where each and every country lies regarding its water resources management. This is reported every 3 years. So the last data we have is from 2023. And I think in the morning you've seen the presentations from Cambodia and Laos regarding these data. So going to the next, please. What we do with the SDG 6 IWM support program is to help countries go through the process of using the data to identify the challenges. Okay, if we as a country are not doing so well on factor A, B, or C, for example, if our financing for water resources management is insufficient, if our gender mainstreaming in water could be advanced, if our legal framework is deficient, how can we improve those? The action plans, as we are seeing today for the two countries, are a commitment from different stakeholders to do something about those areas in which the country needs to improve. But importantly, stage 3 is really about the implementation. And because GWP is not a financial institution, we're not a bank, with our partners at UNEP, UNEP DHI Center, and UNDP, CAPNet, what we do is we support countries to access the means of implementation. The means of implementation should come from the national budgets, from the government itself, from international cooperation, from the private sector, from whatever funding source is relevant for those actions. So if we can go to the next, please. We have already supported 20 countries in this process, and you can see them here on the map around the world. And if you click one more time, Louise, please. This year, we're in the process of supporting 12 countries, including Cambodia and Laos. There is a huge amount of potential for learning from other countries. The two countries here are not the first, won't be the last either. So the Communities of Practice platform that my colleague Elsie presented earlier are a great means of accessing the tools, the knowledge, the experiences, case studies from other countries around the world. Next, please. I wanted to just give 3 quick examples of what this looks like because, again, we're not a bank. We have limited funding and limited technical support available to support countries in this process. The case of Kenya is a very good one. We helped the country to define one priority action, which they felt would be attractive to their priority around mobilizing private sector resources for water management. They defined a priority watershed. They reviewed how much public spending was already being made in that watershed, 15.45 million. They formalized that spending, using it as match funds to leverage private sector investments in the same watershed to the same amount. So this is a great success story. The second example is Senegal. We supported the operationalization of an existing mechanism, which was the Technical Water Committee. Now, I think it was mentioned earlier that there are many instruments and committees and councils that exist for IWRM. Not all of them are active and really effective. In this case, we supported the operational mechanism, the strategy, and the resource mobilization for this technical water committee, which then made it able to fully deploy all of its institutional expertise to increase IWRM implementation. In Vietnam, we supported the government in accessing UNDP funding to do a very action-oriented study on improving local water governance in the Mekong Delta. So if we can go to next, please. These are just some examples. Of course, going from the plan to implementing it is not easy. And there are some potential challenges that we often see. The first is, are the next steps clear? Was there enough discussion on not just what the actions are, but how can they be implemented? A very good idea that doesn't have a ready-made mechanism to support it may not actually be the best idea. The lack of available funding from external sources. Often a very good idea is defined, but it's not something that any external partner will financially support. So if it's not financially feasible, then it's unlikely to be implemented. The third bullet here is the lack of national budgetary allocations. So one of the things that we advocate for is that governments should earmark a certain amount of funding for the implementation of IWRM action plans. This amount varies across countries, but it needs to be a steady flow to ensure that the actions can be fully implemented and that the resource mobilization efforts to attract other funds can be successful. And I think there's one more bullet, Louise, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, loss of momentum. So often there is the action plan is formalized. There may be some sort of event or protocol, maybe photos taken, a press release, and then the process stops. That probably indicates that there's not enough political momentum or buy-in for the process. And really what we look for is for the continuation of stage 2 to stage 3, planning to implementation, to be instantaneous, for that not to be a stop-start process. If we go to next, please. I have, I think, one more example, a success story from Panama. So through the SDG 6 IWM support program, we made available about 40,000 euros. Actually, if you could click next a couple of times, please, Louise. That supported the monitoring of SDG 6.5.1. Based on that, the national government requested support to produce an IWM action plan with 35 actions and a price tag of $14 million US dollars. Through the negotiations with the government of Panama, they committed $3.23 million towards the implementation of that plan. If you can go to next, we also supported then as a next step in one priority basin, what would it look like to use that funding to attract other private capital in particular. That's an ongoing activity, but it's helping to increase the total amount available for implementation. And one more click, I think. As a result of that and other activities in the country, because we can't claim all of the credit, the SDG 6.5.1 score did increase from 33% in 2020 to 40% in 2023. So we can see that this process does align with other efforts that can really achieve tangible results. So one more slide, I think, and then I will stop speaking. And this is some final questions for you. So for the two countries that we've heard the presentations from this morning, what are the critical success factors that will allow the action plan to be fully implemented and to make sure that it's not just a nice plan? What adjustments in the process, while the process is still ongoing, would allow the chances of making the transition greater? What would allow implementation to be smooth? And next question for you, who should make these adjustments? Is it the national government in charge? Is it the multi-stakeholder group that has been meeting? Is it external parties? This is a question for all of you. And I think that is my last question. If you could just click. Yes, thank you. So with that, my 10 minutes are up, and I would like to turn to the audience to hear any reactions or any questions based on these questions or on the presentation that I've just given. Thank you, Louise.
Thank you very much, Colin. So now the participant can ask question on the SG support program, but I think I would suggest to also reflect on the question that Colin raised here. Especially to make sure that this is just not just another nice action plan. So I would like to maybe start with asking if you have any question first on the SG support program. Then if not, then I will kindly ask you these questions to be answered. So we start from the mid table first. Oh, still discuss.
Oh, so your question is really easy question, but it's really difficult to ask to answer it. So let me think about that. We are discuss.
So
Thank you. And just to add, these are very difficult questions to answer. Any reflections at this point would be very helpful. But if not, I would suggest that this may be your homework after the end of this workshop to take home and to think about this in the coming days and weeks as well, because this is really what will define the success of the process that you've been part of.
Can I start? Maybe I can respond to the question. Thank you, Collins. Let's go from Laos. I think to defect or to respond to your question, you already make it, I think, for the critical success factor to ensure the implementation of the action plan. Because the challenge is like that you list in your slide. The first thing is about the clear on the definition or indicators of each activities in that action plan. So we fixed for now, we already fixed the recent action plan that some of the activity that mentioned in the action plan is not clear enough. That's why somehow we cannot evaluate or cannot take the progress right away. And that's the first thing. But the most important thing is about the budget. Even is come from the national budget or from the external contribution from other partners. When we make the plan, maybe we just think about the how to identify the issue or problem that we face. What is the solution that we can make it, and then we can formulate the action plan based on the SDG program from the 3 steps. But I think that maybe somehow we need to change the way to doing the formulation of the action plan, because nowadays we just have the stakeholder consultation within the government agency and the private sectors, but we did not involve must the potential international organization or other partners in the process. So the action plan nowadays just come from what's the demand from the national level, but it may not meet the I say the supportive area or the cooperative area from the other partner. So when we finish the process for the action plan implementation development, and then we transit to the implementation, we still need to take time to find the potential partner to support us. But it's so maybe it's too late already. Maybe it take 2 or 3 years to get the partner, but not fully support, but just only partial. Like we heard from UNEP, heard from FAO, they already have their own scope of work or cooperation. They support some sectoral activity implementation. Yeah, we acknowledge that, but the whole picture for the challenge or solution that really required by the country is need very strong financial mechanism. This I think that we need to talk about this. So in conclusion, maybe we need to consider 2 things. The first thing is about the process, how we formulate the action plan or identify the issue. Need to involve more the potential partner that work on in the field of the water resource management, something like that. And then we can come up with the implementable action plan. But this is what I want to say, because somehow our plan is not the other plan, right? So it's hard to implement as well. And the second thing, we need to make the strong financial for the country. This is very important because we cannot rely on the support from other partner for such a long time. I heard the very key word from the Cambodia team, like they need to build a sustainable financial mechanism. So that is the key part that Lao also want to have. And if we have our still sustainable financial system, they can run that IWR implementation for the long way. Yeah, in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratikon. So, Colin, do you have any initial reaction?
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Ratikon. That's a very, very important reflection. I want to say that the process that was followed in the 2 countries was not exactly the process that other countries follow. Each one is different, of course. But the reason that this conversation is very appropriate at this point in time is that there might still be time to adjust certain aspects of the follow-up. For example, and this gets to my third point here, who should make these adjustments and what adjustments should be made? Perhaps the action plan, once it's concluded, could be presented at partner events by the government as an open invitation to these other partners that you've very rightly identified, including, by the way, some of those that have presented at this workshop today, the ADB, IECN, the UNEP itself. UNEP is not necessarily a funding partner, but UNEP is a very strong institutional partner of ours that can help to mobilize resources. We as GWP are also available to support the countries in this process as well. And also, just finally, the community of practice that we have online is also a great means of understanding how different governments have gone about this. So there are many means, but perhaps the most important thing is the willingness. And I hope that that's the one thing I can leave you with today.
Thank you, Colin. So if I can move to Cambodia, maybe if you would like to reflect more on the way forward after this action plan based on the questions here, or if you would like to ask something about the action support program.
Yeah, thank you very much to Colin for your for sharing this knowledge relating to moving from stage 2 to stage 3. It is really very important, and for Cambodia, for example, an example that you said that you suggest that the government can open this discussion with the development partner, etc. It is one way of doing things, and relating to moving from state 2 to state 3 for implementation. So beside the government is going to act, the team of Moram with the assistance from the GWP Cambodia, we would like also if you could suggest us to follow any important step, for example, to move from state 2 to state 3 for implementation. We have discussed among the working group that it is very important that we try to get financial support, and but ourselves we also try to apply for funding in case that we try to search for announcement, etc. And yeah, as we hear this morning with from the ADB, UCN, etc. Maybe we can try to approach them with if they can maybe allocate some fund for from their project, like 200 million or something like that from ADB and others. So we will see if we can do something about that. But beside this, yes, we would like you to suggest us how we move from state 2 to state 3. Is there any? Yeah, we could see experience from Panama, for example. But in our case, could you have any suggestion? Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Was that Dr. Solieng?
Yes.
Okay, very nice to see you. Louise, would you like me to react?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, well, thank you. No, you've hit the right question there. And the easy answer, although not the most useful answer, is that there's not a single way of going about this. It really depends on the country circumstances. What I would suggest, though, is that once the plan is formalized, we're very glad to have a follow-up meeting with you where we can suggest some potential donors that might be interested in supporting some of the activities. I want to say that not all of the activities could be potentially attractive to donors. For example, some of them around capacity development, maybe that's not something that a lot of external parties will be necessarily interested in, for example. But we have identified, of course, a lot of funding sources that can be made available. And we're available to discuss with you, with the two countries, of course, to see where there might be a good match. I would suggest that the starting point is actually being clear on what the budget is that is needed in total, how much of that could be allocated from national budgetary resources, and therefore what is the missing part. Once we have that clarity, then it's a lot easier to help you to mobilize the resources. And that is our commitment as GWP, because we do not want to make this just another nice plan. We want to make sure that it really helps the two countries to accelerate their progress towards SDG 6.5.1. And because SDG 6.5.1 IWM is so cross-cutting to every single SDG indicator, not just SDG 6, but beyond, this is really a good opportunity to mobilize higher level political support, for example, from the Ministry of Finance, the Ministries of Planning, even the Prime Minister's office, for example. That will always be helpful to support implementation. So there's no absolute recipe, but we stand with you and committed to helping you on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colin. I think also when you're sharing the experience from other country on how using the seed funding to attract more innovative funding to implement the action plan, this is also something that hopefully we can also learn for Cambodia and low PDR. So if there is no other questions, then I would suggest we give a big round of applause to Colin for joining online in the morning from Stockholm. Thank you very much, Colin. And we may continue with the more engaging sessions, the group work with Elsie for the case clinic. So Elsie, over to you.
And now it's on. Ooh. For those of you just before when I was mentioning this, I don't think that everyone saw this, but just a quick reminder that the platform is actually also surface translated in Lao and Khmer. So yeah, in case you want, you can select from the top and you can select the language that you want. So that's something, and Thai. Okay, so let's go to this part. Actually, what we're gonna do now is very similar to what Dr. Soling was just mentioning. So these are the different priority actions or areas that you've identified, right, in your plan so far, right? I've butchered a bit the language around the Cambodia one because some of the objectives were a bit long, but these are the key areas. What we're gonna do now is, as Colin mentioned, some of these priority areas are maybe quite difficult to implement. Others are maybe quite easy to implement. Others will bring very high impact, and some are very important, but maybe they bring lower impact. So what I would like to do here is the following. We'll have Post-its. Do you have big Post-its? Small Post-its. Okay, maybe. Yeah. Okay, small Post-its. What in your respective country teams, would like you to actually reflect on this. So we're gonna draw on the chart there. So low and high impact. So impact is on the left. So the y axis is low impact versus high impact, and feasibility. How much do you think this is feasible? So from low feasibility to high feasibility. The reason why I'm saying this is, for example, Cambodia. You know, when you say applying IWM approach across all water-related resource projects, you know, do you think in comparison to, for example, I don't know, develop and strengthen the capacity of IWM actors? If you just look at feasibility, developing the capacity of IWM actors is more feasible. No, you'll do workshops, for example, you can do technical courses and so on. It's more feasible than trying to mainstream IWM in projects that requires so many different people. It's more complicated, right? So I just want you to have this 5 minutes, 10 minutes, on the Post-its, we'll just put them across there and you divide them. And I want you hopefully to identify one what you think would be a bit of a low-hanging fruit. So something that brings high impact and something that you think is quite feasible. And then after that, we'll do a case clinic, which I'll explain what it means after, but on that specific activity. Okay? So I'll just bring the board. So I'll bring the board for Cambodia here and the board for Laos there. I'll draw the axis, and then you take a couple of minutes and I'll bring you back to this slide and you just put them quickly on the board. You discuss and you say, okay, this one, feasible, not high impactful. Yeah? You exchange already, you know already. Okay, put that on the board. Put that on board, okay? So one thing I forgot to mention is what is impact, right? Impact is how does it help, your population reach socioeconomic and environmental goals, the triple bottom line. Feasibility, how, in other words, okay, let me go there. Okay, you see this? So impact, so how much would achieving this issue bring benefits in terms of the social, economic, environmental benefits? And feasibility is how feasible do you think this issue, realizing this priority issue is? Is it easy? For example, the number of activities you have under each issue, the budget that is required. So if, to realize this activity, you require $25 million and there's a list of 116 activities, maybe it's not that feasible. It's a bit harder, should we say? Yeah. Okay, so Cambodia, we have managed to update your objectives. Okay. So out of the 3 objectives, which one do you think is most impactful and feasible? But it's high not so I think it has very high impact, no? Because it might make you to yeah. It's just a plan, but it's highly impactful because it's just a plan. So what I'm going to say now is out of the three, you wouldn't really what you think was, but you are, you know, when you're at in your family, for example, you have like the dollars at the end of the day. So you try to spend on food and on the food, and you have to take it. So if you wanted to put your money into food, you need the money. Yeah, so then the here is going to be looking at what are the activities are you planning? So for them to explain, do they have too many activities? So if they have too many activities, like reducing the capability. Are there really incentives that they have a good and then there's going to be one level for what is it? Okay, do we have a top winner for each team? Okay, so folks, the next activity, and then after that, you'll all be free. But the next activity is case clinic. Who knows what a case clinic is before? No? Okay. So a case clinic, it started out as from the medical practice. You know, a doctor, when they have who watched, doctors, Grey Anatomy, these kind of things. So doctor, when they have a problem, a new patient that has a specific issue, maybe, thrombosis, they stop breathing, etc. The first thing that they often do is they go to other doctors and they do a scrub, like a small pack, and they say, okay, what is happening here? The patient doesn't breathe anymore, has this kind of symptoms, etc., etc. I think this is what is happening. And the rest of the doctors around go, have you thought about this? Have you thought about that? Maybe it could be something, a heart attack. Maybe it's something else. So it's a form of brainstorming that emerged a lot from the medical sphere. What we're going to do now is do case clinic for water. Okay? So the way a case clinic works is the following step. You have a case owner, and we've identified the 2 case owners for the respective team that are going to take about 5 to 10 minutes, maybe 8 minutes, to explain their top 1 priority, the one that was feasible and most impactful. And they're going to say, can you help me with thinking about how will I go about implementing this specific thing? So going back to Cambodia, your objective 1 is develop a sustainable finance plan for achieving IWM, right? So can you help me with thinking about how will I implement this financial plan? here are the activities that I've planned, because you maybe don't remember the activities from the morning. I don't remember all the activities that they have under their number one. So here are my activities. Here's how much I think it will cost. Here's who I need to mobilize. Here are my different partners, my risks, my assumptions. So you just explain and you draw a rich picture. Maybe you can write, the name of the ministries, dollar bills of how much will it cost, the activity timeline, the dates. So for about 8 minutes, you just explain to the other team what is this activity, strategic objective about. Then a second step is the case owner then needs to shut up and just listen to what the peers, so the Cambodian team will come to Lao and Lao will come to Cambodia. Then they'll ask, can you share more about? Which means you each have the chance to ask questions. I didn't understand. You said it was going to be implemented over 10 years? No, but maybe like, I didn't understand. Aren't your government processes every 5 years? Why didn't you consider doing it over 5 years, for example? So this is clarification questions. The third step, then your peers can say, this makes me think of, in our country, we're having a similar kind of challenge. We are implementing now, we have approached the World Bank to help us do the financial strategic planning. And the last part is you might try. So this is advice. You might want to say, out of my experience, out of the project that we did with FAO, you might want to consider maybe approaching this and that partner. This is my advice to you. And during that time, the case owner doesn't speak. The case owner just listens and says, like the doctor, okay, this is a good idea, doctor. This is a good idea, doctor. And the last part is that you'll have the case owner saying some reflections of what they think may be some good ideas on how to implement their action plan in a bit of a stronger, more cohesive, more integrated, strategic way. Does that make sense? I see a couple of nods. Okay. So, Dr. Sonia, I'll ask you to stay here. Lao team, come to Cambodia. Cambodia, go to Lao. It's a inter-country exchange. And we'll start the timer. If all goes well, I think within 25 minutes we're about done with this. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for this part. Now I'll actually invite for the very last segment this You Get Me Thinking for the representative from Cambodia to come up on the stage and to take 2 minutes to say what kind of advice, what did they learn and think differently from the advice that they got from the peers, and same for the Laos representative. You want to first start with Lao? Yeah.
Thank you very much for the very positive or constructive comments on this exercise from our Cambodian colleagues. So for the Lao team, we pick up the one strategic goal, the last strategic goal on the international cooperation. So we define that here the high impact and also high visibility, because this is the thing that Lao government consider as very important to work with the other partners, even in the international or in the regional level. So as a point of that strategic goal or strategic objective, we have two main activity. One is to have the cooperation, continuing cooperation and knowledge sharing in terms of the IWM with the international organization and also the regional organization within our regions. And the second thing is about the joint management of the Trans-Boundary River Basin with between Laos and Vietnam. Because in Laos we have two parts. One is the river basin that located in the Mekong region, and the other part for outside of the Mekong region that jointly between Laos and Vietnam. And from the several questions and also the suggestion from our Cambodian team and also from the international expert, I learned that the definition or the clear identify of the indicator is very important during the formulation of the IWM action plan. So based on the current one, we know that some of the activity or is not clear in terms of the indicators. So it's a bit hard to assess or evaluate whether it's on track or whether it's achieved the expectation or not. So based on this topic, international cooperation, it's a good idea that maybe Lao team can look further during the formulation of the new action plan that you can consider the SDG number 17, talking about the partner. So we can identify clearly whether when we talk about the international cooperation, what level of the cooperation that should be, like for the financial support, for the technical support, or for the other thing, so that can help us to define the clear indicator with whether we can expand the cooperation correctly or in this what allow expectation or not. So that's the point that we keep in mind. And yeah, thank you a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. With the Lao team came here and learn from us, and we also learn from them. Yes, the lesson from Lao is that because Lao could have free from the water resource, because they have like dam or industrial water use, while for Cambodia, we Moram do not have anything from that. So we maybe our colleague, particularly from the Water Resource Management and Conservation Department, which is developing water licensing, try to do something related to water fee to have this revenue. That is one thing like Lao is doing. Another one would be human resource to provide technical support to different initiative like they present this morning from ADB, from World Bank, AFD, etc. So the team of IWM should go to the minister and senior management to present the action plan and to try to get the minister to have funding, like either to support from state 2 to state 3, and or to get those project to ADB or World project to provide to share some fund for IWM implementation. Of course, number one, activity one, you know already that we try to get the portion through Ministry of Economic and Finance through the Moram strategic plan. And number three, yes, already we learned something from Lao and hope department can try to do something, and Dr. said also will be committed already for the government portion of funding because it is the momentum for the strategic plan of Moram, yeah, and the national strategic development plan. So with this, the team should also look at the development partner funding support very much. So always media that we should go through the website of different development partners for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, one last activity, takes 5 minutes, and then we're done. All right, 15% solutions. Who has heard about that before? Maybe, maybe not. Good, I'm presenting new things. Okay, so 15% solution is this idea that the challenges that we talked about today are very, gonna go away from this mic, are very complex, right? So what we bring to the table are a small part. We talked this morning about this fish eating ants and ant eating fish. We're all small ants. So what we do is we bring a small piece of the solution to a bigger problem. So a 15% solution is what can you do without more resources or authority? What can you do today or tomorrow that is within the realm of your capacity that you would like to pledge doing, right? So you have Post-its here, and I want you to write one concrete action. And it could be as simple, and these 15% solutions are very, very simple things. So for example, now, Dr. Soin, you mentioned, in Lao, they have this licensing now plan, right? I want to understand how this licensing works for small rivers, big rivers, medium-sized rivers. So my 15% solution is I will shoot an email to you, and you can send me your licensing plan. How does it work? I want to understand. Maybe it would be helpful for Cambodia. We heard earlier SDG 17 maybe gives me a good insight in terms of what are the different indicators. I will have a chat when I come back from this workshop with the focal point for SDG 17 so that we discuss briefly what could be potential indicators under our priority action on international cooperation. So something simple, stupid, but potentially very impactful. Yeah? So write those, and this counts also for development partners in the back. You've heard about a number of different projects today, a different knowledge hub and tools. Maybe your 15% solution is just, I will create myself an account and have a look at these tools. Maybe there's something inside there that I care about. Yeah, so I'll put on the screen a little timer actually on my phone. And in about 3 minutes, I'll give you 3 minutes. 3 minutes, it's going to ring, and I'll ask you to slam them on the 15% solution wall that I'll just put at the front. Yeah? Post-its are here. There's some on the table there, and there's some on the table there. So let me know if you don't have Post-its. I'll come. I forgot to mention, write your name on the top. This is called mutual accountability. So write your name and then the 15% solution you want to do. Okay, I think beep, 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 beep. Please add to the wall of 15% solutions your concrete thing. Okay. In the back, are you done with your 15% solution? So the goal of the 15% solution is also to share it so that we create like mutual accountability. So I want you to find someone that you didn't talk to today, anyone that you didn't talk to today, and this is going to be your commitment buddy. Okay? So you can just go and see them and say, hey, my 15% solution is, in my case, for example, will be to meet with Lian, right? Yeah. Will be to meet with Lian to understand what is the water tenure project that they have. So meet with someone that you haven't met yet and just tell them your commitment for 30 seconds. But the idea is if in 1 year I see you at a workshop, I'll maybe ask you, did you do your 15% solution? And if you haven't read this SDG 17 document, I will tell you, it was a small thing we could have done. Okay, just find someone quick, and then after that, we're done. Yeah? You've talked to everybody. That's good. Maybe that is your 15% solution, is to talk to everybody.
Okay. So now that we heard all of the 15% solutions, I think yeah. I would suggest to offer voluntarily who wants to share maybe 3% representative from Cambodia, Laos, and the development partners about want to share their 15% solutions. So I will start with this table first.
the question very difficult. Then what can you do without more resource and authority? I think it's my opinion. I found that we can lie and share. Yeah, mean we share all our demand or our activity, our project to all stakeholder to look the fund to be help us to implement our activity. Example, I have one activity without budget or without anything. I need to share to all donor, to all stakeholder who can support by finance, who can support by technical expert, we can welcome. That is what we can achieve 15%. Is it my, I think.
So the role of the communication here is very high. Yeah, I think tomorrow we also will heard about some other community of practice on. I think it will be more focusing on the country experience. So I don't know which sounds. Okay. So thank you very much, Mr. Taksofana, for sharing the 15% solution. So yeah, Mr. Bonto.
So for Laos, so we focus on the international cooperation. So just only my idea, maybe others, maybe they can add more information about that. So for me, I just try to set up the coordination mechanism between Laos side and the developing partners. So at first we focus on all the partners who work in Laos. So we try to invite them to have a meeting to discuss about that, about the action plan. And after that, we can expand to other countries. At first, we focus on the NGO. Yeah. For example, NGO in Laos, we have the UNDP, UN office, we can call like that. UNDP, UNDR work with us, and others like Weka, China, or China to be involved on that. Yeah, so I think maybe 15% we can can have that. So maybe my colleague can add more. No? Yeah. Thank you for support.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bontum. So yeah, it's focusing on the international cooperations, the one that was raised before during the case clinics. So I would ask the colleague from development partners if they would like to share their 15% solutions. Laura, maybe? Yeah.
Sure. One of my 15% solutions I've already done, and that was to come here and find out what's been going on with the cruise project. I talked to Raymond a few weeks ago and he was telling me about this, and I said, how do I not know anything about the cruise project? So I got myself here to learn what you've been doing. And we were just having a chat about the importance of that, of coordination, and how we can maybe do more with what's already happening. I think there's a lot of great initiatives that are already contributing to many of the things that you want to achieve. So I'm really happy to have been here and heard more about the work that you've already done, so that I can think of ways that our existing support. Sorry, I should have said I am Laura, and I come from the Australian Water Partnership. If for those of you who don't know me, so what can we do through our existing programming that can support to your objectives?
Very concrete. You came here directly. So I want to offer to our host country, Thailand, from Thailand. So
my experience, yeah. If we don't have a resource, we'll try to connect local people and make it like a network of local people, and then brought to them with learning and sharing experience together between them. Yeah, yeah.
Part of the 50% solution is to bring inclusivity of the local people into this kind of processes. Yeah, for example, like policy development. This is very nice as well. Thank you so much, Dr. Man. So I think now that we have reached the end of the first day, I would like to request Pak Raymond and Jochen to give an appreciation to our country delegation representative. Yeah, Pak Raymond, if you may. So we have prepared some souvenirs actually for each country delegations, but this one is more related to the whole process of the cruise project. So maybe if I may request Dr. Seth Van Aert maybe as a representative from the cruise focal point, and also Mr. Taksopana. Sorry, Mr. Ponsai. Also, I'm so sorry, Mr. Ponsai. Yeah. Yeah.
It is a small token of appreciation presented to the Ministry of Water Resources and Meteorology of Cambodia for its outstanding contribution and active engagement in developing the IWM plan and also the drought management action plan to the cruise project. I think your leadership is advancing sustainable water management and drought resilience in Cambodia is deeply appreciated. Doctor.
Well, thank you very much for preparing these very nice tokens. So it is the same wording, but for our PDR, of course. Yes, so for your outstanding contributions to this part of the project, but all other parts of the project as well. So please take it as a token of appreciation. And thank you for meeting you for the first time for me. And yeah, I hope we can work together to implement parts of this plan.
A group photo for the first day. So we stand in the from here, yeah, or there. Which one is better? Everyone, all participants? Yeah. Here. Okay. Yeah, the background is okay. Do we need to use a sofa or not? No. So very successful first day. So I hope we can keep the spirit until tomorrow. Tomorrow we will focus on the drought management aspect. And we will start at 9 a.m. as per today. So thank you very much. I hope we can enjoy Bangkok tonight have a specific session. So if you also maybe want to go together, please feel free. We can go maybe together and